just told 5 minutes left, and I'm sure there are questions too. So I hope we'll get another 5 minutes for the questions.
Yeah, so 5 minutes, let me cover this aspect of dialogue. Um, I make this point in my book also. I think this dialogue versus no dialogue has cornered a lot of attention in our strategic discourse on Pakistan. As if, dialogue is a substantive aspect of the issue and not an instrumentality. Actually, it's an instrumentality of dealing with Pakistan. You use it or you don't use it, that's a different matter. And I begin with a story, with a joke, as he called it, Latifa. तो वाजपेयी जी आए पाकिस्तान में फरवरी 1999। बहुत सी चीज़ें तो पहले ही तय हो चुकी थी, क्या साइन होना एट्सेट्रा, डिस्कशन हो गई थी, लेकिन फिर भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर की डेलीगेशन लेवल मीटिंग हुई। तो डेलीगेशन लेवल मीटिंग जब इंट्रोडक्शन हो चुकी, एक्सचेंज ऑफ प्लेजेंट्रीज हो चुकी, तो नवाज शरीफ ने कहा कि वाजपेयी साहब, मैं आपको रंजीत सिंह के एक दरबारी का लतीफ़ा सुनाना चाहता हूँ। I remember the expression of Mr. Vajpayee's face was partly amused, partly surprised कि ये क्या। तो he said, हाँ सुनाइए। तो नवाज शरीफ ने बोला कि देखिए, एक दरबारी था, लालची दरबारी, तो उसने सोचा कि महाराज पैसा निकाला जाए। तो महाराज के पास गया, उसने कहा कि महाराज, कल मेरे सपने में अब्बा हजूर आपके आए और उन्होंने कहा कि मेरे बेटे के पास कल जाना, वो 100 अशरफी देगा तुम्हें। तो ठीक है, अब महाराज भी समझ गए कि ये क्या कर रहा है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि कैसा इत्तेफाक है कि अब्बा हुजूर मेरे भी सपने में आए कल, और उन्होंने कहा कि ये आएगा आपके पास, ये 100 अशरफी मांगेगा, ये पैसा चाहता है, अशरफी बिल्कुल नहीं देना, लेकिन जूते से 100 दफ़ा इसको मारना। तो वो दरबारी बोला कि मुझे कुछ कहते हैं। एट दिस ही पॉज्ड। तो हम हैरान थे कि इसका हमारा काम जो है उसके साथ क्या ताल्लुक़ है। तो फिर वो बोले, उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए वाजपेयी साहब, बातचीत हम सीधी कर लें तो अच्छा है, कि अमरीकनों के थ्रू करेंगे तो आपको एक चीज़ बताएंगे, हमें दूसरी बताएंगे। अब ये मैं यहाँ कह देना चाहता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान, नवाज शरीफ, सभी लोग वो खुद अमेरिका के पीछे भागते थे उस टाइम भी, और अभी भी करते रहते हैं कि आप अब अमेरिका इतना इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है, सिचुएशन चेंज हो गई है, लेकिन उनकी कोशिश हमेशा रही। लेकिन उसमें एक बात जो कही उस लतीफ़े में, वो मैं समझता हूँ सही है कि जब बातचीत नहीं हुई तो गन्स के थ्रू हुई, जब गन्स बहुत लाउड हो गई तो थर्ड कंट्री इंटरवेंशन भी आई, या फिर हमने थर्ड कंट्रीज़ के थ्रू की। एज आई मेंशन इन माई बुक, the Americans have all along leveraged India-Pakistan differences to promote their own interests. So this goes on. Any third country gets involved will first serve its own interest. I wanted to make 2 or 3 more points about, if I have 2 minutes on dialogue, and then we can go into questions. I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 questions. The other thing, of course, is that when I talk of dialogue in my book, I do not talk of that 8-track structured dialogue जो हमारे समय में इंस्टीट्यूट हुआ था, जिसमें जम्मू कश्मीर था, पीस एंड सिक्योरिटी, सियाचिन, सर क्रीक एट्सेट्रा, 8 सब्जेक्ट्स थे। Because as explained in my book, that has outlived its utility. In every case we know what can be done, what behind the scenes context. They were between, from all accounts available, nobody knows it for sure, but from all media accounts available, they were the result of meetings between the heads of our intelligence agencies, facilitated initially by the UAE. So it's in that context.
I think we got that very well in your book. You brought it out. I think also our robust response after the last big attacks were the Pulwama, and before that Pathankot, and then we did the surgical strikes and the Balakot operation, has sent a very clear message that this government means business. Is not going to be terrorism as a state policy is not as an instrument of state policy will not be tolerated. However, the debate regarding the dialogues continues, and I quite agree with you that engagement is always better than war. With these words, I'd like to thank you very much, Ambassador Samarwal.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let us quickly move towards questions. We'll take only 2 questions. Yes, first question there. वहाँ पे. Yes, sir, followed by the young man. हमारे पास
Good
वक्त
afternoon,
बहुत
sir.
कम है, तो प्लीज सवाल
My
और
name
जवाब
is
छोटे
Anurag.
रखिएगा.
My question is, there have been news reports that Pakistanis have been learning Indian languages. So don't you think that we should also learn their languages like Balochi and Sindhi and Pashto? There have been news reports that in India we lack language skills, specialist skills when it comes to Pakistan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you may be able to answer. All that I can tell you is that in Pakistan, it's not as a part of normal curriculum. I know that in some of their army schools and so on, they teach not only Hindi, but some learn even Sanskrit. You know, these are people who could then be sent to India for various tasks and so on. So it's in that sense that those languages are learned. I think Urdu, you know, is well known in India. It's taught
And
in many
Punjabi.
places.
We have a High Commissioner who's Punjabi speaking.
I read and write Urdu, and I learned it in my younger days, although I never did it in school. Whether other languages are being taught in some of our institutions, I'm sure they must be, but
I think as far as Punjabi is concerned, he didn't tell you about that ghazal singer.
I
He was-
mention in my book, you know, if you know Punjabi, that opens up a whole
The
new
ghazal
world
singer
there.
mistook him to be the Pakistani Deputy High Commissioner and said things which he was unpalatable, and then of course
Yes.
the rest that followed. He
To know
spoke
the
fluent
rest, you need to
Punjabi.
read the book. Yes, next, last question, please.
सर पाकिस्तान में इतने स्टेट्स विद इन स्टेट हैं, आपको नहीं लगता सर डायलॉग से कोई रिजल्ट नहीं निकलेगा, क्योंकि वो खुद ही टर्पीडो कर देते हैं किसी भी डिस्कशन,
देखिए,
किसी भी डायलॉग होने में.
मैं समझ गया आपका क्वेश्चन. मेरा ब्रॉड कंक्लूजन इस किताब में बताऊं एंड में क्या है कि ये रिलेशनशिप कम्प्लीटली नॉर्मलाइज नहीं हो सकता. तब तक नॉर्मलाइज नहीं हो सकता जब तक कि पाकिस्तान एक नॉर्मल स्टेट नहीं बन जाए. आप अब नॉर्मल स्टेट के साथ रिलेशनशिप कम्प्लीटली नॉर्मलाइज नहीं कर सकते. But because it cannot be normalized, of course, doesn't mean that we do not try to manage it or we leave it in a state of free fall or entirely to our security sector. There is a problem. There is a problem which we are trying to deal with in different ways. So if their dialogue plays some role only in managing, I gave you one example, the ceasefire that came about. But Ambassador Sinha referred to those attacks, Balakot or whether the surgical strikes after Uri. So my conclusion is that the best that we can do in the foreseeable future is to manage this relationship by combining deterrence with calibrated punitive approach, and that's what we adopted at Balakot and in surgical strikes and various other punitive measures that we took, but also dialogue and diplomacy where it may be needed just to manage this relationship. It's in that sense, while keeping our eyes and ears open for any opportunities that may arise, you know, at some stage, to move this relationship more positively in a positive direction, more substantively in a positive direction. So it's in that sense. It's a combination of various instrumentalities at our disposal that I talk of, and I talk of dialogue as part of that. And not, as I clarified in my book also, I mentioned not that 8-track dialogue, but some contexts to manage the relationship. We have maintained those contexts.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That brings us to the end of this discussion. I would now like to invite the director of the BLF, Raghav Chandraji, on stage to please present a memento to our author and discussant as a symbol of love and respect on behalf of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. And by that time, I think we must give them a round of applause for the wonderful discussion that we have had. This picture happens to be the mascot of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2023. The picture of a highly endangered bird called Lesser Florican, which was captured by Padma Shri Bhalu Mondiji, who has joined us for this festival. He has been there since yesterday, and he also has a beautiful exhibition. और उसी का एक खूबसूरत एग्जाम्पल आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर. Thank you so much to both the gentlemen for such a wonderful discussion. Moving on, again one of the most awaited sessions titled as Sadhguru, More Than a Life. And as the author for this session, we are delighted to have Arundhati Subramaniam ji with us. जोरदार तालियां उनके स्वागत के लिए होनी चाहिए. Including the best-selling biography of a mystic, Sadhguru More Than Alive. I would request everyone to please clear the passage. Yes. Arundhati ji has written poetry and prose, including the recent poetry volume and Love Without a Story. Yes. Make shake. Audible to all? Yes? Okay, great. So, I was telling you about our author. She has written poetry and prose, including the recent poetry volume, Love Without a Story, and book of essays on contemporary women on sacred journeys. She is the recipient of various awards and fellowships, including the Sahitya Academy Award, the inaugural Khushwant Singh Prize, the Raza Award for Poetry, the Zee Women's Award for Literature, and the International Piero Bigongeri Prize in Italy and more. मैं चाहूँगा जोरदार तालियों से हम उनका इस मंच पे स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें. As the discussant, we are delighted to have Dr. Seema Raizada with us. जोरदार तालियां उनके लिए भी. She is a professor of English at Maharani Lakshmi Bai Government Girls Postgraduate College, Bhopal, a Shakespeare scholar who has her PhD and Doctorate of Literature on the works of Bard and has also authored a book titled Double Vision of Shakespeare. She is also a research guide and a subject expert to many institutions. She is also the founder of Club Literati, which is an exclusive platform for both established and budding writers and artists, and for all those who love to explore literature and creative arts. So I would request them to please ignite this session, and मैं चाहूँगा जोरदार तालियों से हम उनका स्वागत करें, अभिनंदन करें.
Welcome to the festival, Arundhati. And it's a pleasurable yet a very daunting task to be talking today to you. Why? Because we'll be talking about life. Life with certain shades that get you to become a writer, a poet initially, and turning into a seeker. Life of Arundhati, as I see through this book, is one of quest, in search. And she traces the life of Sadhguru, tracing the some milestones in his life. Life for all of us, Arundhati ji, I feel, has a pattern. And as we grow up and evolve, if we are fortunate enough to, then when we look back, we find a kind of a design, a kind of a pattern on the carpet of life. And then when we join the dots, we say this is what probably is designed for us. There is a hand of God behind whatever we see and do in life. And then finally, probably, we also agree with the famous Shakespearean cliche, all the world's a stage and we men and women mere players. And having said that, when we see ourselves as people who have come into this world to perform our duties, the kind of roles that we do, And then, you being a literature student and a poet to begin with, you would probably also agree with this fact that when we talk about a play, we also have a kind of a structure, a graph, which shows that when we come into this world, that's like exposition. And there'll be some literature students and scholars here who would know that as the play progresses, there is a rising action, then the climax, and then there's a falling action, and then the denouement or a resolution. Incidentally, one of your chapters talk about that. So, Arundhati ji, now you need to tell us at this stage of life, at this stage of accomplishment, how do you see this pattern in life with the kind of, if you see yourself evolved, come to this point from a point when you were a writer?
Thank you. Thank you. It feels wonderful to be here. It's a terrific space. And I really can't think of a happier conversation really to be having around a book that was written over a decade ago, but a book that still remains very important to me. If I were to think about patterns, I'd say this. I'd say I was not a poet who became a seeker, which is what your question suggests. I think I was always a seeker. Seeker at large for many years, since my childhood really, when I look back on some of the, thankfully, none of the writing has survived, but if I were to look back on some of the writing I did at the age of 10 and 11, I realized the preoccupations have stayed the same. The whole business of living and dying and pain and what's it all about? Where does this all go? Why are we here? I think those questions have just endured. For many years, I believed that the answers to those questions would come through poetry and the arts. I had an early fascination with dance. Poetry as a kind of verbal dance always appealed to me. The joy of kinetic language always appealed to me. And so I stayed with poetry for many years, believing that would be quite adequate, until I was plunged into a phase which happened around 1997, a phase of a kind of wordlessness. And as I started emerging from that, about a week into that phase, when I started emerging from it, the one thing I knew was that I was no longer a seeker at large, that I was really a desperate seeker. No longer would books of philosophy be adequate. No longer was just poetry adequate. I wanted more. And so I became a somewhat fevered seeker. There were 7 years after that of urgent quest. And then in 2004, I happened to walk into a South Mumbai auditorium where Sadhguru was giving a talk. And that was the beginning of another kind of journey. I had questions then, and I felt this could possibly be someone who would address those questions. I would say sometime after that, I became a committed seeker. Poetry returned to me after that phase of wordlessness. So poetry has been a constant. But what has changed, I think, is the way I write poetry. That has definitely changed. The how has changed much more than the what.
So, from a poet to the seeker, this is the kind of the change that you probably felt in yourself. But you mentioned your first
No, I'm
interaction.
in fact saying it's not
No
from a
change.
poet to
Yeah,
a seeker.
change.
I'm saying the two went hand in
Yes.
hand. And I
Yeah.
don't see the two as very different, really.
Right. So that is the poetry that's coming to that point. The poetry that I see in this book. And Arundhati talked about the first interaction, the first time you saw Sadhguru in this book. And I find it's very lyrically described. Can I just read the few lines? This is from the book. When she sees that I was struck by this man seated with easy grace, and then you mentioned in the next paragraph, I particularly liked the democratic tenor of his talk, his refusal to mystify the mystical, his refusal to see any divide between the material and the spiritual, the profane and the sacred. Every human being is a spiritual. The only choice you have is between your being spiritual consciously or unconsciously. Do you want to walk with your eyes closed or open? That is the question. So this is something that you have written here. At the same time, I would like now you to tell us a little more about what you say in the introduction. Arundhati mentions here, like so many others, I have spent much of my life wanting to know. And then you also add that life that has always been exciting, precarious, and countercultural. Now, in your quest to discover yourself, in this quest to maybe to prepare yourself, to see yourself in that role of a seeker, it's a very vivid description in the book how when you reach the turning point, on the train. And when I say this turning point on a train, there was a turning point in the life of Sadhguru also on the Chamundi Hills. Now, this turning points in life, when we are faced with something which is very important called choice. So when you got confronted with that particular moment when you have to make a choice. So how do you see this very, there's a very fine balance, which is what probably one can lose or can maintain that?
The turning point that I talked of earlier, and which is the one that you mentioned now, is what happened in the year 1997. I think before that, to go back to the book, the very first line of this book is, I thought gurus happened to other people. I really believe they did. For people like me, I believed it was going to be about books and perhaps a psychotherapist, conversations in cafes, theaters, bookshops. That was my life in Mumbai. And it still remains an important part of my life. But what I did discover after the 97 experience was that I could forget it at my own peril. That for me was really the realization that I emerged with. I could continue with my life like nothing had happened. And in fact, I found it ironic many years later when a journalist wrote an article about my work entitled Poet Interrupted. I found that funny, really, because it wasn't a poet who was interrupted. If anything, I believe that the poetry deepened as a result of the journey. But that wasn't how it was mapped. That was not how it was planned. All I did know is that at this point in my life, books were not enough. I needed live guidance. And 7 years followed of thrashing and flailing and floundering. And I think for many people, spiritual journeys happen in different ways. Each of us has a story, and each of us has our own turning point, some of which are still to happen. Sometimes, perhaps in some other cases, they've already happened. For me, it was absolutely necessary, given my journey. I needed live guidance at a point in time. And for all those who are allergic to the idea of the guru, as I was at one point, I'd say this. I'd say that the guru is not a figure that demands or even asks for any kind of civility from your side. You're not I think the reason I was allergic to the idea of the guru is because I believed devotion meant servility. I believed it meant bowing and scraping and groveling. And I believed that it was a hierarchical relationship, a very hierarchical relationship between the leader and the led. That was not my experience. So I think what changed for me at 97 was that I was willing to take guidance from any quarter from which it came. That's how desperate I was. And when I met Sadhguru, the gratitude for that presence in my life at that time was immense. And that gratitude remains. Did that turn me into from a skeptic into a believer? No. No, that is not how I map my journey. And that's not the journey of the book either. The book, it took me a long time to write this book because I had to find a tone for this book, a tone of inquiry as well as a tone of wonder. For me, that wonder is the mainstay of poetry. And if I lost that wonder, I would lose everything really that mattered to me. So I wouldn't have embarked on this book had it not been for that wonder and gratitude that began the journey. But I wouldn't have written this book if I didn't have questions. I had plenty of questions. Those questions, some of them have fallen away and some of them remain. So the skepticism also remains. The doubts also remain. The wonder also remains. The respect also remains. And I think this is in some ways what I would like to talk a little more about, because in my own journey as a seeker, I was rescued time and again, not just by living presences, but also by those long gone. And the presences that rescued me often were the bhakti poets. The bhakti poets of the subcontinent, whom I retrieved for myself as my literary ancestors all over again when my spiritual journey took on a certain urgency, was simply because they reminded me that it is possible to have every kind of relationship with the divine, or with the sacred, or with the profoundest dimension of yourself, however you choose to describe it. They reminded me that everything was possible, nothing was transgressive, nothing was taboo, that it was possible to long for your God, it was possible to quarrel with your God, that it was possible to rage at your God, to throw a tantrum in verse and call it a poem, that is the Nindastuti. It is possible to make love to your God, and it is possible to dismiss your God, but you might be dismissed as well in the process. You never know which is going to happen first. They long to eat their God, and sometimes they're eaten by their gods. But what they reminded me of again and again was really that it is a relationship of such intimacy that every tone is permissible. So you're not turning from skeptic into believer, you're both, you're this and that, and it's fine. So I think it helped me realize that faith itself is a journey that is potholed by doubt, and that's
Yes,
okay.
yes. So it was not a very clear transition from doubt to faith. It was, I mean, your doubts, as you say, they still remain with you, and
Some
the faith,
do.
yes. So coming to you know, your you call Sadhguru as a live roadmap, right? And the Sadhguru contagion. So something that, you know, when you started writing the book, now coming to the book, the kind of the beginning, you know, when you started writing about Sadhguru, your association with the Isha Center, and you kind of the entire gamut of your experience of the spiritual connection, the connect. Now, as you got your guru, you know, you had the access to your guru, the spiritual content in you prior to this was there. But when you had a very official or kind of a formal Shishya kind of a, you know, a place, a point where you knew that you would be in association with Sadhguru. Did spirituality change, some meaning of spirituality for you change?
That's a good question. At the same time, I'd say that there's really nothing like spiritual content, you know. As I said, even in terms of the poetry, I'm still writing about the same things. I'm still writing about cities and love and death and war and relationships and gender politics and all of that. That still remains. It's the how that changes. So I don't believe that the spiritual is really about content at all. And what did change, if your question is what changed when this journey began to unfold after I met Sadhguru, I'd say that I perhaps hoped at the start that I would turn into this marvelously tranquil person. I always aspired to be one, and it felt like it would be wonderful to ooze serenity. But nothing really prepared me for the fact that I was plunged into a place of such, what seemed like disruption, really. You know, so I actually sum it up in a poem that I wrote at the time, in a line from a poem, in which I say it was a bit like opening the coffee percolator and finding the roof flying off. Wow. That's how it felt. Crazy, right. Crazy, terrifying, but real. And I think that's when one needs guidance.
So just as we find, you know, in your one of the chapters is also titled "From the Motorcyclist to a Mystic." Now, coming to the aura of Sadhguru, we all know Sadhguru as a very unconventional guru. You know, this is how we know him. And a person, you know, with a flowing beard and a shawl and the kind of, you know, very, very unique sense of humor or wit, as you would call it. So the entire persona of Sadhguru, you know, has been very fascinating. I mean, you have had the chance to sit with him, talk to him about the life that he had and the kind of transition he had, and finally. So now the very persona of Sadhguru and the environs of the Isha Center. How do you look at it? I mean, again, when we talk of Isha Center, the popularity of Sadhguru is immense, and we know. I mean, we have people from all over the world visiting the center and being in meditation. So do you think the popularity of Sadhguru has made difference to the atmosphere in any way? Especially as I mentioned, you know, when the kind of meditation and the concern for other socially important issues, I would say nationally important issues, are taken up by Sadhguru. So is there any shift that you have seen from maybe early 20s to now in 2 decades?
At the time I wrote the book, it was 2006 when I started, when he suggested I begin. I finished it in 2010. And he was big, but certainly nowhere as well known as he is today. And I think there are many who have encountered Sadhguru on YouTube, largely. But the book also played its role, I think, in touching people. I've known people who've come to the yoga center after having read the book, several, and I still get messages from some of them. I will say this, that there is Sadhguru, the persona that you describe, unconventional, witty, flamboyant, irreverent, which is what I particularly liked at the start, very irreverent, funny, light, the ability to make light of the most profound aspects of life without in any way losing that profundity. And yet, the spiritual journey itself is not about becoming a fan. I think this is important to remember, because there are many who encounter Sadhguru. I meet lots of young people who encounter him on YouTube and then feel the need to, of course, to declare themselves followers or to come to the ashram, and it's wonderful that they feel inclined to do that. But as a journey deepens, it has to mean more than fandom. Discipleship and fandom are two different things entirely. And I think often the two are confused. So the one thing that I never wanted to be was an acolyte. I didn't want to be a groupie. I didn't want to be an uncritical follower. And at the same time, I do regard myself as someone who is deeply grateful for Sadhguru's spiritual guidance. I consider him to be my guru. I don't consider myself to be his fan. I consider myself to be a somewhat blemished, somewhat imperfect practitioner of yoga, and someone whose life has been transformed by it. So I cannot forget the enormity of that and of that gratitude. At the same time, it hasn't, I think, turned me into someone who's just preoccupied by all those external aspects of him, which are wonderful, and which some of which I talk about in the book, because the book is an invitation in some way to something deeper. So yes, there is the mischievous, boyish Sadhguru. There is the Sadhguru, this remote and utterly formidable figure in the advanced programs, silence programs like Samyama. And there is Sadhguru of the initiation when he's actually present at a consecration, which is a very different Sadhguru. And there is the Sadhguru with whom you can have a heated debate, as I often have. But a spiritual journey is really about moving from personality to presence. And I think that has been, for me, the learning experience, that you don't cling to the personality of the Guru. You are actually being invited to experience the presence, which, as your journey deepens, becomes the fragrance of your own presence, and you really don't know where one ends and the other begins, and the gratitude for that is enormous. So I make many distinctions for myself personally. One is between personality and presence, and the other distinction I would make is between a spiritual organization and a spiritual process. The two often come together. Personality and presence often converge. Spiritual organization and spiritual process often converge, but they are not synonymous. You need to know when to disengage the two as well. And if a spiritual journey is a journey of freedom, then it has to be a journey that makes you more yourself, not more a clone of someone else. And I think that is an authentic journey. I think that is an authentic journey, and that is the journey to which I felt invited by my Guru.
Just an extension of what you mentioned about Sadhguru. The two different aspects of his life, so very beautifully brought out in the book. The initial, before he, was initiated into the, kind of a spiritualism. Now, when you meet him, when you were writing this book, I mean, I think, and you wrote you co-authored the book with him, the Adi Yoga. So one of the very, I think, envious position to be in, to be co-authoring the book with him. So when you were writing, when you were gathering content for the book, did you ever have to, I won't call it a struggle, but yes, some kind of disagreement with the kind of the two phases of his life, the oppositions that did you ever notice any opposition between what he was earlier and what he is now, while writing this book and also while co-authoring the book with him, Adi Yoga?
My own understanding of Sadhguru is, although it makes for a good chapter title, there's alliteration involved when you say motorcyclist to mystic. The fact is he's not ceased to be that motorcyclist. And so I don't think it's really about him changing from one to the other. I don't think it's quite that, as much as something happened to him that was enormous and which changed his life forever. But all the other things that make Sadhguru who he is and whom he probably was even before that experience, a great contagious appetite for life, for one, the sense of humor, the irreverence, I think that was part of him even earlier. So those in some ways were seeming contradictions, which are not really contradictions at all. And I think that's what strikes me again and again in my interactions with him, It's been this combination of great dynamism and great stillness that he embodies all at once, and which I sometimes found difficult to navigate when we had interactions over the books. And there is also the spirit of adventure, a kind of daredevilry that she talked of in the motorcyclist persona. So there is the abandon, and there is also this razor-sharp awareness, which is also very much part of who he is.
Razor-sharp intelligence also, I think you mentioned.
Intelligence, but I'd say awareness, because that's not even about, I'm not just talking about cerebral activity. I'm talking about a capacity to be aware.
Yes.
मैम
So,
डिस्टर्ब
yeah,
करने के लिए माफी
that's,
चाहूँगा
yeah, that's
पर
one last.
काफी लोग आपसे बातचीत करना
बिल्कुल,
चाहते हैं सवाल पूछना
So,
चाहते हैं
one last question to her. So, from, I mean, being a Shishya, how do you look at yourself? I mean, Shishya on the one hand, and Arundhati the Shishya, and Arundhati the, as a person, as an individual, as a mother or a wife or a sister.
I'm not a mother, but I'm also a poet, and that remains, as I said, the poetry and the quest go hand in hand. They're both about trying to come to terms with uncertainty. They're both about trying to come to terms with question marks, with commas. That's the business of my trade. Punctuation, language is what I work with. And I have a newfound respect for commas, for pauses.
So very well put. Yes, Siddharth, you can take questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, right there. अच्छा हमारे पास वक्त थोड़ा सा कम है तो क्वेश्चंस प्लीज प्रिसाइज रखिएगा हम आशा करेंगे कि जवाब भी प्रिसाइज रहें प्लीज
Hi, Arundhati. I think you talked about it, but I think this is a question which a lot of people might have in the audience is, what do you do if you can't find the guru? Because all of us think that we are spiritual and that we have a spiritual path and that's taking us in some direction, but we may not have one guru. So what is your advice in that situation?
I won't presume to give advice, but from what I understand, all one can do is deepen the longing. Deepen the longing. Something usually opens up.
Okay, next question,
And
please.
I will just add, as the mic makes its way there, that gurus often come in guises that you're unprepared for. So I was not prepared to have a guru look the way Sadhguru did. I had a very different image in my mind of the kind of guru that I would get. It didn't happen that way, but it's a wonderful, happy surprise.
Thank you.
Namaskar, Arundhati and Seema. So, myself, Dr. Sonal Mehta, I consider myself a privileged soul to be blessed in person by His Holiness Dalai Lama and Sadhguru. In fact, I went to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra with the revered Sadhguru. So my question, like as Seema started with life patterns, like every individual has a life pattern. My question is how to identify that pattern. जब हम गंगा सागर में आखिर में मिलते हैं, वहाँ से लाइफ पैटर्न आइडेंटिफाई करके वहाँ तक जाने की जर्नी कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करें?
Thank you for the question, but I will say that usually change happens, transformation happens when patterns are disrupted. So it's a good idea not to get too attached to any pattern,
Thank you. We'll take one last question from the back. Anyone from the back who has a question? वहाँ पे please. Yes, पीछे. Last question for the session.
My question is, between reverence and irreverence, many gurus, I would not say Sadhguru in particular, they demand reverence from their followers, but in their own persona, they are very irreverent. So how does one reconcile being a follower and joining the group and the irreverent self that the guru takes for himself?
Yes, so I will say that I never felt any demand was made on me to be reverential. This I was very grateful for. I'll just answer the question as briefly as possible. I think somewhere between chest thumping and groveling, there is another way to reclaim your spine. And for me, this is what yoga is about. It's not about becoming a lackey, and nor is it about fueling your own intellectual arrogance and saying, I have all the answers. It's about actually acknowledging one's bewilderment, being open to surprise, and at the same time, learning that this is a journey about becoming you, yourself, not a journey about mimicking anyone else. To that extent, it is really about discovering what an original you are. Really, what an incredible possibility you are. I would say trust any guru whose journey leads you in that direction. Otherwise, don't trust such a guru whose journey leads you away from that. This is a journey of deepening responsibility for your own life. It is not a journey about sitting around looking vacant and clapping for someone else. That's not what it's about. It's about becoming your own person.
Thank you so much, Arundhati ji and Seema ji. I would like to invite to the dais the director, Raghav Chandra ji, to please come forward and present a memento as a symbol of our respect and love for the author and for the discussant, as well on behalf of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2023. There it is. This picture happens to be the mascot of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2023. A picture of a highly endangered bird called lesser florican. मैं चाहूँगा जोरदार तालियां होना चाहिए. तालियों से हम अपना आभार व्यक्त करते हैं अरुंधति जी का for sharing such valuable thoughts with us. और साथ ही में हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं डॉक्टर सीमा रायजादा जी का भी for being a wonderful moderator for this session. जी हाँ, तालियां होती रहनी चाहिए. Meanwhile, let me just introduce you to the title for the next session. It is Politics and Theology. Do they make good bedfellows? And we will be in conversation with the author, Padma Bhushan Swapan Dasgupta ji, and he'll be in conversation with Dr. Sandeep Shastri ji, the Vice Chancellor of JLU, as well as Deepak Tiwari ji. Thank you so much to Arundhati ji and Seema ji for being wonderful members for this excellent discussion. I would request everyone to please be seated because ये जो आगे session आने वाला है, one of the most awaited sessions, I am delighted and happy to invite the author Swapan Dasgupta ji. इससे पहले मैं आपको उनके लिए तालियों के साथ स्वागत करने के लिए बोलूं, मैं चाहूँगा मैं आपको उनसे रूबरू करवाऊं. He is a well-known journalist and a political commentator. He has worked for many leading Indian publications, including the Times of India, Indian Express, and the India Today. He is a member of Rajya Sabha and the BJP. He is an alumnus of the St. Stephen's College and the Universities of London and Oxford. He was conferred with Padma Bhushan in 2015, and I think that calls for an applause. His books include Awakening Bharat Mata, The Political Beliefs of the Indian Right. He has been viewed as a vocal exponent of exploiting English as a tool in reaching out to the masses. As a discussant, we are thrilled to have once again Dr. Sandeep Shastri ji. He is a political scientist who is the Vice Chancellor of Jagran Lake City University, author of a book on Lal Bahadur Shastri. Dr. Sandeep ji specializes in the study and analysis of Indian politics with a special focus on elections. He is also a consultant to the United Nations, World Bank, and Forum of Federations. Dr. Shastri has delivered lectures in 50+ countries, and that is certainly inspiration for all of us here. As the second discussion for the day, we are extremely happy to have Deepak Tiwari ji with us. Deepak ji is a senior Indian journalist and former Vice Chancellor of Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal. With over 27 years of experience as a reporter, sub-editor, television commentator, media consultant, and managing editor of a media startup, he is also the author of 2 books on political history of Central Indian state of Madhya Pradesh. I would once again request all of you to please put your hands together so that we can initiate this rather interesting session on politics and theology. Do they make good bedfellows? Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. We are at the end of a long day, but I'm sure those who know Shwapanda would know that we are going to have a very interesting session. The title by itself is very interesting when we talk about politics and theology and whether they make good bedfellows. I don't know whether it's good bedfellows, happy bedfellows, strange bedfellows, but bedfellows is what we are talking about. So let's see how Shwapanda looks at that. I was more focused on the title of the book, which is Awakening Bharat Mata. That's the title that Chopin has given to his book. And the subtitle is equally interesting. The political beliefs of the Indian right is what he calls the book. I wonder whether it is awakening of Bharat Mata, because of course you talk about books from, you talk about articles from the past to the present, or in terms of your first 3 chapters, whether it's a book on the reawakening of Bharat Mata instead of the awakening of Bharat Mata. That's something I would look forward to hear from you. But Swapan, as I ask you, what prompted you to do this chronicling? And in this chronicling, you have 24 articles ranging from Sri Aurobindo, Sister Nivedita, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Lal Krishna Advani, and Swapan Dasgupta. What brings this diversity together? And let me start with a controversy. Why do we always talk of binaries? The left versus the right. Is there no other space that we need to talk about also?
Well, firstly, let me thank Raghav ji and the other organizers of this literary festival for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to hold forth on things which are sometimes a bit abstract, sometimes a bit self-indulgent. Now, Sandeep Shastri asked about why this title. Now, I'll make a confession. The first title, Awakening Bharat Mata, was my own. The second one, The Political Beliefs of the Indian Right, was that of the publisher. Because I don't necessarily believe that the right is an adequate shorthand. But for the purposes of popular dissemination, it was used. So let it be. Now, why did I write this book? I think if you look at why did I write Awakening Bharat Mata? Now, for much of my life, I have been dogged by a particular type of controversy. As Sandeep rightly pointed out, I come from St. Stephen's College, which is, a college which is a bit elitist in its orientation and a bit anglicized in its cultural temperament. And plus my entire upbringing has been that. Now, I've often been dogged by the question, what are you doing with these characters? What are you doing with these Hindu lot of people? This is not a unique thing. A lot of my friends in the United Kingdom have often been told, why are you in the Conservative Party? They're a stupid party. That was the label which is often put. So anything to do with the right, or I'm using right as a shorthand, is often thought of as either being vulgar or completely without any thought process whatsoever, cretinous, to use Pratap Bhanu Mehta's words. Now, under the circumstances, I felt that it was necessary to actually prefer an explanation as to what shapes and motivates our impulse, our political impulses. And there is nothing more provocative than actually taking the bull by its horn and offending those very people by saying, I'm naming my book Awakening Bharat Mata, because for them, Bharat Mata is something which is aesthetically not quite there. So it was a provocation, and I just want to sort of, where I start off from is a 1967 essay which Nirad Chaudhary wrote, and he observed the alienation between the new intelligentsia and the traditional Hindu middle classes. And he said this alienation is complete, total. And so we are talking about two different worlds which are almost in existence at present in India, we find, when people talk about polarization, etc. There's one world which has a point of reference which is uniquely cosmopolitan, where the term Bharat Mata will not exist, where you think of yourself as a universal citizen. And then there is another, which when they go to a cricket match or when they go to the Wagah border or something, will quite lustily shout Bharat Mata ki jai and be very offended if someone else doesn't. So under these circumstances, I think it was necessary to point out that there is an entire thought process, that there is an entire intellectual tradition which is behind the notion of Bharat Mata, that this didn't come about only as a result of calendar art or the fertile imagination of Raja Ravi Verma. That there is a very definite thought process, and that pedigree is quite impeccable. And it is to trace that idea, these ideas, and they're not one idea, they're various ideas, and some of them are also in conflict with each other. Whether you take it from Aurobindo or Vivekanand, or go down to someone like Naipaul or Nirad Chaudhary, you get a same type of ethos coming in. That the term Hindu is not necessarily a term of abuse, and it's not necessarily a term which we should be squeamish or defensive about. So I think I've rabbited on for a long time, so you can...
Maybe I'd like to ask Deepak to chip in at this stage, and then I'll come back to you.
Swapan, I read this book in 2019 when this came out. And of course, the title is provocative, as you said. But after reading it, I mean, I believe in Indian Constitution. And I don't think that there is anything in this book which is provocative, actually. You know, we have been living all this, we are from this very society. And we know that this is happening. So instead, I mean, I have two questions, though I don't want to go into that binary thing. How is your Bharat Mata different from Jawaharlal Nehru's Bharat Mata, which he explained in his discovery of India? And secondly, is your Bharat Mata not, the Hinduism, the current form of Hinduism?
My Bharat Mata, as I see it, takes its original inspiration from Bankim Chandra Chatterjee's Bande Mataram. That was where the idea, firstly, Bharat Mata is not an ancient idea. It's not something you find in the Vedas or the Puranas. It's a very, very modern idea. It's an idea which came into existence in the late 19th century, perhaps the early 20th century. And you can see its genesis in some of the verses of Bande Mataram. When he talks about Tuham Durga Dashapraharani, he equates India with Durga. Now, it's not necessary that you must equate in Bharat with Durga, but it's one of the type of imagination which was there. And the idea of India as a deity, India as a goddess personifying Shakti, was actually popularized by Aurobindo. It was he who popularized it. Bankim wrote it, but Aurobindo actually made it into a political slogan. And it was a slogan which captured the imagination of everything. So Bharat Mata, as far as I am concerned, and where I would say, does have, to some extent, a relationship with what might loosely be called the Indian Hindu culture or civilization, not necessarily religious, but in terms of the imagery which is there. And imagery can be quasi-religious without necessarily it being sacred. And Bharat Mata is precisely that. And where others, where say Abanindranath Tagore or someone else who depicted Bharat Mata in a different sort of way, or even I think M.F. Hussain at one time did something with, although he didn't quite call it Bharat Mata, he called it Ma Saraswati, and it became an object of fierce controversy because it was slightly emaciated and things like that.
Chopin, in your book you talk about how there is a combativeness that has got associated with Vande Mataram.
Yes.
Would you like to expand on that?
Of course, Vande Mataram has been made into an object of bitter controversy. It's a controversy which didn't start now. It's a controversy which originated in the 1930s, when some people said it is not possible for us to bow to the motherland because we can only bow to a particular god. That was at the root of this thing, and it went through various things, which is why which was the defining mantra of Indian nationalism at that time, became the national song, and a very Bowdlerized version, which is the first verse, and the rest of the verses were just forgotten and brushed under the carpet in deep embarrassment. That is what happened as far as Vande Mataram is concerned. And Vande Mataram has, because of this background, has become an object of fierce controversy, which is sad because it was really what they defined the entire movement for freedom.
Sorry, go ahead.
But being the national song, I mean, of course, there is a section which says that we won't sing Vande Mataram. But being a national song, I think that controversy is, I mean, it's over now.
Well, I personally think it's over. I mean, we are not resurrecting it. But Sandeep was quite right in pointing out there are some people who still take umbrage and objection to Vande Mataram at every point.
No, but once it has become our national song,
you see, mind in terms of the Constitution. The Constitution is what is sacred in
Right.
India. Yeah, we've heard this. This is an idea which came from Germany in 1945, where notion of constitutional patriotism was invoked. Why did they take it? Because Germany was very embarrassed by its history in 1945. It was a deeply contentious, brutal history, and they wanted to distance themselves for it. So they called 1945 or 46 year zero. Now in India, we see the Constitution as very important. It defines the rules of public conduct. It defines the rules of how political conduct would be shaped, the institutions, etc., what is center, what is state, what is judiciary, all that is there. But it doesn't explain India's nationhood, because India's nationhood does not start on 26 January 1950. India's nationhood is far deeper and goes back much further. When Raghavan was talking about the various historians like Sardesai, and in fact it's worth talking about Sardesai, when he writes about it, and he talks about the incipient patriotism which was there in the Marathas. And Jadunath Sarkar writes in his slim book on Shivaji, but Shivaji said that Hindus can, Shivaji demonstrated that Hindus have got the capacity to rule. I think I'm quoting from memory, but it's more or less that. Its article is there, very, very much there. So it's a long tradition which we are talking about. It's a tradition which, where if you look back at the lectures which Radha Kumud Mukherjee gave to the University of Mysore in 1920, and he traced the entire notion of Bharatvarsh to Vedic thing. I'm not going that far back. But you can if you want to. You can if you want to. I'm not particularly enamored by trying to establish a textual pedigree for it. But I think it's an important modern idea. And it's an idea which is not, again, to be pointed out, uniquely Indian. The idea of the country being represented by a feminine power is there. It's in France, Madeline is there, Britannia uses it, there you talk about Mother Russia, or Savarkar used it more in terms of a father figure, but I think you get the general drift. It's not something which is uniquely Indian. So in that sense, if you say that this is an example of Indian exceptionalism, I would certainly contest it.
Chopin, I'm going to now change gears a bit and look at politics and theology as good bedfellows, and quote from one of the first 3 articles that you have written here. And given your deep understanding of the way politics functions, I was intrigued by 3 examples you took up in the first 3 chapters, which I think raise important questions on politics, theology, culture, practice. And the first is, when you talk of the 2 public faces of the Prime Minister, the official face where commitment to the subject, commitment to the occasion, appropriate, and then the election rallies, aggressive, polemical, penchant for sarcasm, penchant for mockery. Now, how would you relate this to, and something that is accepted by the people, by a section of the people at least, if not all people, a large section? Now, how would you explain this 2 faces in the context of larger theological concerns as to, can you have 2 faces for an individual? Are we not talking of one person? How can you talk of 2 personalities there?
Of course, you can talk about 2 personalities. You can talk about 2 personas of a person. And this is something not very unique. Again, I mean, when you're campaigning in an election, and elections are a different ballgame altogether, and you know that far better than I can explain to you. Elections are something very different. But when you're in the mode of governance, there's a certain sobriety, there's a certain economy of words, there's a certain innate responsibility which you have to undertake, which is not necessarily the case where elections are concerned, where you can have a lot of polemical flourishes.
But isn't it the same person doing it?
Of course, it's the same person doing it, but fulfilling different roles. And, I mean, there was Gandhi, who was the political agitator par excellence. And there was also Gandhi with the saintly idiom, who could also play it quite successfully. And I'm not necessarily saying this is the case, but it's done from people in public life. So I'm not saying, but you know, when you're talking about theology, and you know, one of the things which I recall when the Bhopal Lit Fest first asked me to come here, it was on this strength of this belief. I have often claimed that what's really missing in India is that religion, study of religion, by which I mean theology, is not ever taken seriously. It's merged into something called philosophy. It's never. Religion everywhere else. I mean, I was reading the obituary of Pope Benedict the other day, who just died, you know, the erstwhile Pope, Cardinal Ratzinger, as we often used to knew him better. And he used to be chair of something called dogmatic philosophy. Dogmatic theology. Now, you'd sort of laugh and snigger at this thing. But what I'm necessarily pointing out is that theology is a valid subject. It's a valid intellectual enterprise. And in India, we don't seem to recognize it.
And in that context, when you refer to post 1984 Vajpayee. You say that the post 1984 Vajpayee was a Vajpayee who showed corporate loyalty and not ideological convergence. Corporate loyalty to the BJP but not ideological convergence. So was that something like the theological renunciation, what you're talking about?
May I say something heretical? I don't know if a lot of you are cricket fans, but there used to be a gentleman who was captain of India, a very successful captain, called Ajit Wadekar. Now, for those who saw Wadekar, I think Wadekar got into the test team about 5 years too late. He should have been included in the test team 5 years earlier, when he was at his prime. And in fact, his prowess was declining when he got into to the test team. I think if Vajpayee had become prime minister much earlier, I think we would have seen a very different Vajpayee. I think there was a certain degree of tiredness in Atalji when he became, he experienced too many disappointments. And I think
You too as prime minister.
in this journey to becoming prime minister, he'd experienced just too much. Maybe we could say it had enriched his experience. But as a result, there was a certain sense of fatal acceptance of the status quo, which is not there in the case of Narendra Modi, and it's certainly not there in the case of Amit Shah.
2 points from my side, and then we will open to the audience and also to Dilip ji if he wants to add something. One, when referring to the whole question of unity and oneness of the country, you do refer to the fact that the Prime Minister's capacity to influence across the country has been very much visible since 2014. But as an analyst, how would you explain the non-penetration to the south, except my home state? How would you explain the non-penetration to the south?
If you recall, in the just prior to 2013, I mean 2014, we used to have these television discussions where both of us were there along.
Once we all three were together.
Okay, and we were there. And I remember one of the things which people used to laugh about when I used to say that I think we are reasonably confident of getting the OBC vote. And that used to cause sniggers. BJP getting the OBC vote? I mean, tell us a better story.
I have one small quibble. I have one small quibble, minor quibble. I thought the Prime Minister that my state gave was the first backward caste Prime Minister of the country.
They were good.
But
They were
your
good.
book says that Modi ji was the first backward caste Prime Minister.
If I made a mistake, I'll correct it.
It's a minor quibble.
Okay.
But Dilip ji and then the audience.
So the point is,
But I think there must be a deeper point you're making in terms of the BJP projecting.
you see, the
a
point
backward
is,
caste
at
leader.
every point, Northeast was not an area or was not a catchment area. Certainly, I remember the elation people like me felt in 1991 when we won 2 seats in Assam. Nobody thought, Assam, BJP, kya karenge? Hindi to nahi bolta hai. I mean, their Hindi is as bad as mine. And it's quite pathetic. So this idea that, it's this sort of Hindi and upper caste, and it's the stereotypical thing that Dravidian South is not going to be. But I think we're doing reasonably well. Just because you haven't penetrated, just because in Kerala you haven't broken the electoral mold, you didn't break it in West Bengal either, but now we are there, we are a force. We haven't sort of won yet, but I hope to sooner or later.
Question from Dilip ji, and then I'll open it up for the audience.
As our topic says, politics and theology. Our neighboring state, neighboring country, Pakistan, I mean, it is often quoted as one of those states which accepted, which was a theological state. I mean, what you have to say on this? Because when you are saying awakening Bharat Mata, and Bharat Mata, the day it awakens so much that this becomes a Hindu Rashtra, India becomes a Hindu Rashtra. I mean,
India is a Hindu Rashtra.
of course, how come India is a Hindu Rashtra?
It is.
I mean, we have a constitution. We are run
It
by
is
a constitution. What does our constitution say?
Constitution is a secular constitution. It is a secular. We are a secular state. We are a secular state, but we are a Hindu nation.
This is like you are giving a speech in your assembly constituency in West Bengal where you fought election. India is not a Hindu Rashtra. I mean, what you have to say on Pakistan being a Muslim Rashtra?
I think the first important thing is that we have to recognize is that India is not a theocratic Hindu state because there is no such thing as a Hindu church. My Hinduism is very different from your Hindu faith. Mine is strictly non-vegetarian, let me assure you. And I don't care what RSS is. I'm talking about my inheritance as a Bong, as a Bengali, as a Kali worshipper, as a Durga worshipper. It is there, and RSS does not, even the RSS in West Bengal also follows that. So there's no dichotomy there. The point which is very important is that just like Sharad Savarwal was talking about, Deobandi is fighting against Barelvis, versus everybody wants a particular version of Islam. Maududi's Islam or somebody else's Islam. Here there is a civilizational state. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'm not going to say that, Ganesh should be the presiding deity of India. Some idiot in Allahabad High Court said Bhagavad Gita is the holy book of India. Arey, kahan se?
So we'll open it up for the audience quickly. Anybody who wants to raise a question, please raise your hand. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Just
Can
one
we have the
question.
mic given there?
Yes. Just one question. आप वहीं से बोल सकते हैं, please. We're running short, so just one question.
Okay.
Short question, short
Good
answer.
evening. So, how do you propose that the non-Hindu populace and cultures of India address with the notion of a Bharat Mata deity in its political imagination? Do you get the?
I don't think, why should Bharat Mata offend anybody who might call themselves, say, in our case, a Sikh or a Christian or something else?
Yes.
But why should it offend anything?
Not in case of offense, but
Sir, I'm so
that
sorry,
some
we are running
cultures
short.
cannot have, do not have that the demigod space. So how do you inculcate or address that?
Look,
Before Sapan answers, we'll keep it as a question answer and not as a dialogue.
Yes, just a question and an answer. बाकी बातें मैं चाहूँगा please room के बाहर करी जाएं.
No, I think it's very, very important to recognize that, for instance, there is a large section in Western Europe, for instance, which is of the different faiths. But the innate characterization of Europe is Judeo-Christian. It is defined as a Judeo-Christian civilization. And its value systems are governed by that. And I would contest anybody who takes this EU version that it is a rules-based society, not a culture-based society. And I think this is where the sort of conflict really starts, where you discount culture in favor of rules. It's two ways of looking at the world.
So if there's a short question, we can encourage one more quickly. Yes, go ahead, at the end.
Okay, there. But sir has been putting up his hand since a long time here.
दोनों जल्दी पूछ लीजिए.
I would like to ask gentlemen, please be quick.
Hello.
हाँ बोलिए सर.
Ji, Dasgupta sahab. Mr. Dasgupta, what is the connectivity between Hindutva and theology?
And
Theology?
there is...
Go ahead.
badness of? Yeah. Can I take yours first because it's a more complicated question? According to you, and you take your cue from liberal democracies where it says the individual is at the center. And in India, even our constitution you would say, takes into account the fact that communities are more important. In India, this is the basic difference. India, we discount the individual in favor of communities. How you define a community may vary. You know, it can be a larger community, it can be a smaller community, etc. So there's a fundamental difference in approach as far as that. Now, to give a short answer to this question about Hindutva and theology. Hindutva is not a religious idea, it's a political idea. It's a completely political idea. It's always been a political idea. Savarkar meant it as a political idea. Even the people who originated it thought of it as a political idea. It has nothing to do with the worship structure or your beliefs in particular theology, gods, or particular types of philosophies, etc. It has nothing. It means the collective experience of Hindus, or what loosely can be called Hindus. That is called Hindutva, as a convenient shorthand. And it is more an emotion rather than a belief structure. And I think Savarkar made his biggest cardinal error when he tried to codify it. Just like Indian constitution made its biggest cardinal error when they tried to codify the notion of secularism in the directive principles.
Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now I would like to invite Abhilash Khandekar ji, the member of Society for Culture and Environment, to please come forward and present a memento to our distinguished guests and discussants for making us witness such an interesting, rather I would say a thought-provoking session based on politics and theology. The next session is titled as Reforming Governance and Regulating Sport. Yes, there it is. That happens to be the mascot of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. A picture taken by Padma Shri Bhalu Monde ji. Yes. Thank you so much, gentlemen. मैं जानता हूँ काफ़ी लोगों के सवाल हैं. I would request them कि वो जो सवाल है सर अभी कुछ वक्त के लिए यहीं पे है, तो आप ज़रूर इस हॉल के बाहर उनसे वार्तालाप कर सकते हैं, बातचीत कर सकते हैं. Till then, let me announce the next session for the day: Reforming Governance, Regulating Sport. And for this session, we are delighted to have with us Vinod Rai ji, and he will be in conversation with Abhilash Khandekar ji and Shlok Chandra ji. Let me introduce you to the author for this session. Vinod Rai ji is a former IAS officer and author who was the 11th Comptroller and Auditor General of India. He is a former chairman of the UN panel of external auditors and presently a distinguished visiting research fellow at Institute of South Asian Studies, Singapore. Forbes magazine had described Rai as being among that rare breed of civil servants who knows how to get work done in the government. He is also the author of the book Not Just a Night Watchman and Rethinking Good Governance, amongst other writings. मैं चाहूँगा हम सब तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करें, आदर करें. Yes, as the first discussant for this session, we have Abhilash Khandekar ji. He is a veteran multilingual journalist standing close to a rich 40 years of experience in print and electronic media. He wears many hats. Born in Mumbai, he began his professional career as a sport journalist with Free Press Journal in early 80s. He later shifted to political journalism to join the Hindustan Times as its head at Bhopal, and then went on to become the editor of Dainik Bhaskar and its state editorial head in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Please welcome Abhilash ji with a round of applause. Also happens to be the member for Society for Culture and Environment. As the second discussant for the day, we are extremely delighted to have Shlok Chandra ji with us. He is an alumnus of National Law University, Bangalore. He is an advocate practicing in the Supreme Court and the High Court of Delhi. He's the Standing Counsel of Income Tax Department and many public sector bodies. He has been appointed as an arbitrator both by the High Courts and by the Registrar of Cooperative Societies. He is very passionate about sports and governance matters, and that is probably why we have such a great gentleman here with us. And I would like to request the three of you to please begin the session. Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Vinod Rai, to the Bhopal Literature Festival. We are quite grateful to you for coming for a few hours from Delhi all the way. You are a busy person, and I believe that you are flying back tonight itself and not. So we are really grateful that you are here. You have got large number of books, but the book that we have chosen for the larger focus is not just a night watchman that you may have, many of the audience may have read it. So Shlok is also here, is an old friend. So the reforming governance in sports administration is the focus of the topic at the evening today. And I would now say that you are no longer a night watchman now. So how are you feeling now looking back? And how was the 33-month inning which had all its ups and downs, and ultimately you were successful in reforming, I say, cricket to some extent. So some of the highlights of that 33-month tenure as COA chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Kandekar Sahab, and thank you, Shlok, for inviting me to be here today. I'm indeed very grateful to the audience, because for the simple reason that nobody likes a Babu. I'm an ex-Babu. And least of all does anybody want to see or hear an auditor, and I'm a combination of both. So you're wasting a lovely Sunday afternoon, Saturday evening for being here. Thank you very much for coming. Well, how do I feel after those 33 months? Retired, unemployed, and very happy doing what I am, which means being unemployed. Those were very nice 33 months, which I pursued my passion of cricket. But administration of cricket is, I've realized, far more difficult than playing cricket.
I can vouch for that, because I am into now my second term as president of MP Cricket Association, recently elected unopposed for the second term. The first term was also unopposed, and in 2019 when the reforms had just been introduced, and my vice president has come all the way, Mr. Saluja, here. You can stand up and just say hello to you. He is the vice president of MP Cricket Association, and none of us had any direct involvement in the game of cricket administration. So that is, perhaps I call myself as the son of Loda committee. So the first time when I was the president, but let me tell you, sir, that all the reforms that you have narrated in your books, there must have been much more to write home about. The idea of Loda committee / COA, which tried to put things in order in Indian cricket administration, which was being allegedly run unprofessionally. That is the critics of the old BCCI say. How do you think now the scenario now, after 3 years of Supreme Court order and Loda committee having been implemented?
See, I must confess that though I followed cricket very closely, cricket administration after leaving BCCI, I've really not gotten into it. But if you see the way cricket is being run, I think the administration should be all right, because whatever the former Supreme Court diktat was regarding the constitution of the BCCI has been slightly changed recently. Very recently. So I guess administration must be good, because the team seems to be performing well, and I'm very happy about one thing, that women's team is being given a lot of importance and priority by you people.
Yeah. Over to Shlok, because now you have referred to the Supreme Court recent judgment, whether it is, how do you see, Shlok, you are an advocate?
Yes, sir. Before that, I'll just come to one question which I'm sure everyone wants to know, that in your tenure there was a controversy of between continuation of the contract of Anil Kumble and and played out in public the dispute between Virat Kohli and Anil Kumble, and how did the COA deal with it, And was it a stressful time because it was a sensitive issue for Indian cricket at that time? How did the COA deal with it? If you can tell us a little about it.
See, Anil Kumble is a legend in a large number of ways. All of us admire his cricketing ability, his performance, and more importantly, his cricketing mind. He's remarkable in terms of the way he thinks, in futuristic, and the way he can mold a lot of cricket players. But what happened was that in 2016, the Cricket Advisory Committee comprising Sachin, Saurav Ganguly and VVS Lakshman was asked to choose a coach, head coach. 21 names were given to them. They couldn't choose any one of those 21 and they asked for Kumble's name to be included in that. And they chose Kumble. But whatever they recommended, by chance, BCCI accepted only a 1-year contract for Anil Kumble. And that contract was expiring on June 21st. We took over in February. We got to know only in April that his contract was a 1-year contract. And Shlok, you're an advocate. That contract didn't even have a clause for review or automatic extension. That became a huge problem for us because though whatever little controversy was playing out in the media, we felt, as did Sachin, Saurav and VVS, that Kumble should have been continued as a head coach. But unfortunately, we had to follow a procedure. And, that procedure said call for applications again. So we had to call for applications again. He was automatically considered when the applications were called for. But Kumble being Kumble, and I have mentioned in the book, he put out a tweet saying that, look, there has been some controversy or dissonance attributed to me in the dressing room. I feel it is better I step out. And he stepped out. I think that was the most noble decision that he took because he took it upon himself to step out, though the Cricket Advisory Committee had decided to recommend him for another 2-year term.
So you referred to media reports and criticism and all that, but when you began your innings, the media had called the Ghostbusters team. So 4 Ghostbusters. So would you like to throw some light on the Ghostbusters role and the film that?
See, what had happened was that let me use the expression that BCCI, and you know it very well, BCCI had been held captive. BCCI administration had been held captive by a clique who called themselves cricket administrators. How good they were, well, I don't want to comment upon it, but they, despite a Supreme Court ruling, were not willing to vacate. And that is why this journalist, one of your species, I must say, said that these are Ghostbusters because they will be asked to remove these administrators who thought they were the best in the world, who thought they were indispensable, and who thought that nobody can run cricket in India unless if they were removed. They took indispensability upon themselves. But anyway, as time played out, we managed to get rid of them.
So there's a very touching part in the book where you say that when the India-Australia final of the women's team was going on, that you were fervently praying for the success of the women's team, not because of the success that it would bring, but because you wanted them to have their rightful place in the cricketing world, and for them also to get the accolades which the male team gets. So that was very touching. And if you can just tell us a little how your experience in managing the women's team has been. You also mentioned that one regret that you had was that you did not devote as much time to the women's team as you would have liked.
Yeah, in fact, the women's team deserves a huge amount of accolades.
Give a big hand. Because the recent vice captain of the Indian team is from Bhopal, Soumya Tiwari, and earlier one, Pooja Vastrakar, is from a very backward or maybe backward district of Madhya Pradesh called Shahdol.
She's from Indore. I think they've settled in Indore.
She settled
Pooja.
in Indore because she has started playing there, but she hails from Shahdol and she was picked up for the first time from Shahdol district. And the vice captain is from Bhopal. So women's cricket also deserves, as Sir says, a pat on the back of the administrators as well as the coaches as well as the
Absolutely. You know, when we took over, we went to the National Cricket Academy. I was aghast to see that men's uniform, the kit was being cut and shaped to suit the women, which was, I think, the unkindest cut, and that's the time when we decided that this won't do. They will get the best of playing practice. They will get the best of logistics. We revised their contract, and this what you are referring to, can you believe it? That the match in which Harman scored 175 runs, Harmanpreet, who was the vice captain, Mithali was the captain, she scored 175 runs. These girls had not had a proper breakfast that morning. Because the bus had gone late, they rushed from the hotel to the stadium. They managed to get some samosas. And that's all that they had eaten. So when I was seeing the match on television, I realized that Harmanpreet was not trying to run. So anyway, after the match ended, they won. I called her. She says, "Sir, kya karoon?" My stomach was cramping badly. तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं बल्ला अब घुमाऊं, मैं दौड़ तो सकती नहीं हूँ. So she started hitting and she hit 11 sixes in that match, if you recall.
I did not know the background of this.
And she says, नाश्ता नहीं मिला था, समोसे खाए थे, and my stomach was cramping badly, I couldn't run. And believe it, in those circumstances, to have scored was a remarkable feat. And that was when I felt I should have devoted some more time to these girls. But then we did take care of them afterwards.
So one question again back to your tenure and the efforts to reform cricket administration. So I had met amicus curiae, Mr. Narasimha in Delhi when he was an advocate, and I was not the president of MP Cricket Association. And the model constitution for BCCI and for the state association was also being framed. And we were trying to convince him that BCCI's working is through state associations, and they have got only that time 29-30 members. That's all. And now Northeast and a couple of state associations have added, so about 36-37. But in state associations matter, sir, we have life members, we have clubs as members, we have got districts as members, and in Madhya Pradesh there are 10 revenue divisions. They are our divisional members. So copying the BCCI constitution for state associations was very difficult. Implementing, now we are only 5 office bearers running Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association, only 5 people, and we are all honorary. So we have to create, my headquarters are in Indore. So the point, what I'm trying to underline is the ground realities were much different than what the Supreme Court, what the COA may have seen. But did you at any point of time realize the difficulties that the state association, even if they were so-called ghosts, had to face while conducting cricket? Now I am organizing on 24th of January India-New Zealand one-day match in Indore. I have yet to go into Indore, but large number of problems have to be sorted out by the office bearers.
Kandekar Sahab, you're absolutely right. There was a practical difficulty in the Lodha Constitution says that the apex committee of the BCCI will have 9 members. And they said that the state associations will mirror that, which means 9 members only. But actually, cricket is run in the states and by the state associations. BCCI is only the overarching body. We realize that, but it was the court which gave us discretion much later when Mr. Narasimha was appointed the amicus curiae. And if you remember, then we made it up to 19. So larger associations can have 19 members.
So we also have the, what we call it, the committee now. Earlier we used to call it managing committee. It has 19 members, but office bearers are president, vice president, secretary, joint secretary and treasurer. That's all. And we have to take decisions which are open to criticism. We are building a stadium worth 200 crore in Gwalior, and there are all kinds of decisions. Of course, we take the help of the experts, but fact remains that a state association does not have more than 5 office bearers now. Anyway, whether it is Vidarbha, whether it is Mumbai, whether it is Assam, wherever. So just I wanted to ask you whether that from a bird's eye view, sitting in Delhi and interacting with various officials, did that dawn upon you that this kind of a situation will arise now? Because the 70-year formula is also coming in way. Now I am serving my second term. After that, I have to go in for cooling off. After that, I'll be touching 70. I'll be of no use.
And just to interestingly add that Sir had to, when he turned 70, he took legal opinion on whether he can continue as COA. That was the propriety that he maintained. So, and of course, the legal opinion was that that does not, Gopal Subramaniam, the senior advocate, opined that it does not apply to COA. But
so
that
did Niranjan Shah give you some kind of compliment when you turned 70?
he did, but it didn't reach me.
Achha.
It reached only up to media. It never got to me. But all said and done, Niranjan Shah is a very committed cricket administrator. He has run Saurashtra Rajkot cricket very ably. He has committed himself to it, and the stadium which he has built.
Yes.
You know, it's a lovely stadium which he has built over there, and he continues to run it. But unfortunately, the court said 70, so he had to quit. But I think his son is still playing cricket.
So there is some kind of conflict of interest, but his son is now, I think, Niranjan Shah's son is, I think, the president or secretary of Saurashtra Cricket Association. Yeah. We recently met in Mumbai. So, Shlok?
Yeah. Sir, in your tenure as COA, you had to play roles both as negotiator and as mediator. You had to mediate between Mithali Raj and Harmanpreet once. So if you can tell us a little about that 3-hour session where you sat with the two ladies and ironed out their issues, and the negotiation which you had to do on behalf of BCCI with ICC to get to finalize the revenue share of BCCI which ICC would give us. If you can tell us a little about both experiences.
Yeah. See, the negotiation regarding funding by ICC was done very effectively by my colleague, gentleman called Vikram Limaye, who had to leave later on. Vikram is a finance professional, and he took over as the CEO of National Stock Exchange. That's why he had to leave. For all cricket administrators, there's one on my left, who say that they are the best to negotiate, it took Vikram just 5 days to understand what the formula was all about, reconstitute another offer, which he gave to the ICC, and the ICC accepted it. So whereas earlier they were offering us only 295 million, Vikram could get it increased to 405 million, and he was very effective in doing that. Regards Harmanpreet and Mithali, it was most unfortunate. Both are absolutely professional cricketers, totally dedicated. And Mithali, remarkable, but she started playing first-class cricket in 1999. And she retired only last year. A remarkable cricketer who's carried women's cricket on her shoulder for about 20 odd years. Harmanpreet, a new breed of cricketers, an excellent batsman, very good team management, a captain. But unfortunately what happened was that there was some issue in West Indies where Mithali was not played in a particular game. Mithali didn't mind not playing. The only thing was she felt that she was a senior cricketer and she should have been informed much in advance, because quite often somebody plays, somebody doesn't play, they get used to it. But the worst thing that happened was that people on the outside started speculating about why X was included, why Y was not included, etc. And that became media news. Now, my respect for Harmanpreet goes up remarkably because when the team came back to India, Harmanpreet was the one who got in touch with me through the general manager cricket those days, who was Sabah Kareem, saying that, look, I don't want any misunderstanding with Mithali. So I want to sit across the table and talk to her and clear all misunderstandings. Are you willing to sit with us? That was, and that request came to me on a Friday. Saturday we decided that yes, let's do it, because these two girls are going to be leaders of women's cricket in the days to come. So you won't believe it, Mithali was playing in Guntur. She flew to Hyderabad, from there took a flight to Delhi, and Harmanpreet she belongs to Moga in Punjab. She drove 8 hours that morning. On a Sunday morning, they came to Delhi and we chit-chatted. There was no hard feeling between the two of them. Unfortunately, what had happened is what I would call, and you will understand that term, tamash beans from outside.
Tamash beans, huh?
Tamash beans from outside. They had put in all kinds of wrong thoughts into the minds of these two girls. Fortunately, they parted as good friends. And in the process, they educated me a lot about how women's cricket needed to be run. And one of the things was women's IPL, which I'm very happy is now being taken forward by the BCCI.
IPL,
I think it's a remarkable story. And we owe it to these girls for the difficult times that they have had, the hardships that they have faced, and how they have come up and delivered in the face of all those challenges.
So you referred to Mr. Limay, so I had this question in mind at the later stage of this discussion, but now I am tempted to ask, what happened to Ramchandra Guha? You have given his mails and detailed this thing, but I would like, for the interest of the audience, to you to say what happened and why did he have to leave?
See, Ramchandra Guha is a great intellectual, a historian, who knows history of Indian cricket backwards. I mean, I don't think anybody knows the history of Indian cricket as well as Ram does, you know. But he's an academic. And an academic, let me say that sometimes the nuances of administration do not, get into their minds. Now, what happened was, Ram had all the very good intentions. He wanted 3 things to be done. One, remove what he called the star culture among players. Okay? Number 2, he said, all these contracts which have been given for 10 months, contracts were being given by BCCI only for 10 months, so that 2 months those cricketers or managers could play IPL.
Yeah, IPL, yeah.
And the third thing he said was that, come to my mind.
He made a mention of Gavaskar also.
Yeah, no, he said that give an automatic extension to Anil Kumble.
Automatic extension,
okay.
yeah.
Now, you all must understand that star culture, BCCI doesn't make anybody a star. If Shah Rukh Khan is a star today, not because Filmfare has made him a star or anything, because you and I, we like his acting, we adulate him, and he becomes a star in that sense. So, BCCI has not made Anil Kumble or a Saurav Ganguly or a Virat Kohli a star.
Their own performances, their talent.
The public, their talent, the people who view them, the viewing public, who, has made them a star, and we couldn't finish that in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time or 2 months' time. Number 2, extension of contract for Kumble. I've just explained to you the difficulties in that. He belongs to Bangalore, Ramchandra Guha, and so does Kumble. They know each other very well. Now, because we said that there are some legal difficulties in this, he thought he was not getting a voice. I have not written it in as many words in the book.
Therefore the question. Huh? Therefore this question.
Yeah. So I have not written it in there, but he just in a huff resigned. I wish he had discussed with us before resigning. I'm sure I would have been able to persuade him to stay on because he was an asset and we would have liked to retain him in the COA.
Very good. Shlok?
Yeah. So in your book, you also say that, sometimes we think that cricketers are selfish, but there was one incident when you were having a meeting with MS Dhoni and Virat Kohli, where historically there was contract A, B, C, that of course Dhoni gave the suggestion of having an A+ contract, but he said you must focus on B and C because these are players who are key for the Indian cricket team, but these are not necessarily star players and they don't necessarily have the endorsements. So you must also take care of B and C and ensure that these values also go up sufficiently. So that was a very nice thing to see, that players looking out for other players. So tell us, how was your experience of interacting with Virat Kohli and MS Dhoni, And is it true that Dhoni is the most reclusive of all cricketers and the most difficult to get through to?
Dhoni carries a telephone which has an Australia number. So you can imagine how difficult it is to get through to him, you know. And he operates it on WhatsApp only. And India numbers, I think he changes them every Monday morning, you know. But I must, my respect, my esteem for these guys went up hugely because we started discussing players' contracts with them, which had never been discussed with them ever earlier. Because in one informal meeting I had with them, they mentioned that over the previous year, out of 365 days in the year, they had paid cricket for 272 days. Now, can you imagine the workload of a human body when you are playing 272 days of the kind of cricket that they play now? You may be the fittest person in the whole wide world, but the body takes a toll. You know, injuries do happen. So what we were trying to do is we were trying to moderate that. And then their contracts had not been renewed from 2011.
11, yes, you have written it.
1 crore and 50 lakhs was what they were being paid. Now, gone are the times when I remember in 1983, even a person like Sunil Gavaskar, he couldn't make a living out of playing cricket. So he had been employed by a company called
Nirlons,
isn't it?
Mumbai, yeah.
Nirlon Mumbai had employed him. All these girls who are playing cricket now are all employees of the railways. Mitali is employee of South Central Railway, and these all over the place that they are, because cricket does not give them a living. Now, same thing, when we started discussing with Virat, Rohit was there, Rohit Sharma was there, MS Dhoni was there, Ravi Shastri was also present in that discussion. Then it was Dhoni who came up with the idea saying that, look, we have categories A, B and C. Create a A+ category also, which means players who play all the formats of the game. Most of them don't. But the most interesting point he made was that B and C category, make it what I call a flat pyramid. So that B and C category of players get enough to devote their entire life on cricket alone and don't have to look for alternative avenues for income. So what we did was we made 5 crores and 7 crores as the...
But there is also a flip side, sir, to that, that most of the people feel that the money has gone into heads of the successful stars and stardom that you have already been speaking about. And they are not talking if somebody is using Australian SIM or something, and when we organize matches, a lot of people approach us, including officers, to have a photograph or an autograph, but nobody gives. Sunil Gavaskar used to talk to me and would very freely give autographs and get photographs. But nowadays, getting a photograph with any cricketer for any official is impossible. So
sir, is that because of the IPL?
No, see, I won't link
because the stardom has gone into their...
Stardom, see, they are young. They are 19, 20, 21, and the kind of adulation that they get is nobody's business. You know that better. So it's not getting 5 crores or 3 crores. In IPL, they get 16 crores. They get 11 crores. See, IPL, the bidding starts with 2 crores, 3 crores, etc. So it's not only the BCCI money. They have become stars in their own right because, but I think IPL is very good because earlier it was only Ranji cricket which we could all aspire for. Today, at the least, there are 10 teams. Each team has 25 members.
So, sir, you may like to congratulate the Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association for winning the Ranji Trophy for the first time in 70 years this year.
I admire. Actually, yes, I do.
It happened in my tenure, but I give the credit to the coach, Chandu Pandit, who changed the entire training schedule, and of course to the players.
Not only the training schedule.
Our Holkar's team used to win Ranji Trophy off and on, and they created record and made history. But in Madhya Pradesh, since Madhya Pradesh came into being in 1956, this is the first time that in Bangalore in 2022 that we won the Ranji Trophy.
No, for one more reason. And the reason is that Madhya Pradesh cricket allowed merit. Which means the best players were chosen for the Ranji team.
Thank you, sir.
It was not happening and still does not happen in large number of Ranji teams, you know. So I think it was an admirable achievement.
So definitely there are issues about selection committees, and we get pressure. I got calls from ministers also that ye ladke ko le lo. मैंने कहा I don't interfere in selection, and the selectors have been asked to be as fair as possible, come over every other consideration to focus on Madhya Pradesh cricket at various age levels. तो 15 लड़के खिलाड़ी है या लड़कियां, वो 16 लड़का या लड़की सोचते हैं कि ये 15 में से 3-4 लोगों ने तो किसी से फ़ोन करवा दिया होगा अभिलाष खांडेकर को. So what do we do? But we have definitely stuck to merit, and everyone should try to stick to merit, because nobody, even the Prime Minister, cannot have Kohli out or somebody else in, or what is. So talent has to be
recognized and rewarded.
Shlok?
There was also
the time is running out, and the anchor is saying that that we need to wind up, but still we can talk.
There was
for
this
2
one
minutes.
controversy of KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya. They had gone on a show Coffee with Karan and made some unsavory comments. And in your time, the view was taken that these are young boys. They have made a mistake off the field. And of course, there was a penalty. There was an ombudsman who was appointed. But it must please you that that decision of not spoiling their career has been vindicated, because now both of them have gone on to become to lead the Indian cricket team in different formats. So
and Mr. Chaudhary also made a comment that had they been an interview with sports journalists, perhaps they could have been let off, but they went for a show with Coffee with Karan or something. Sir?
Well, yes. Inexperienced people, they are not exposed to national television. They were indulging in schoolboy kind of talk, the kind of talk that you and I would do in a dressing room or anything, and they didn't realize that they were on national television, which I think did not deserve a very harsh punishment. And so we decided that we banned them for 2-3 matches, and the ombudsman levied a fine of about 20 lakhs on them. I think that was good enough.
So since we have to wind up, I don't want to wind up this session, but I would request you, sir, to say something or disclose something in Bhopal while talking to the president of MP Cricket Association, something which you have not included in this book, and you would have liked to, tell the people.
The entire purpose of implementing the Lodha Constitution was so to make you the chairman of the president of the MPCA. Which I have not disclosed in the book.
But how are these 33 months highs and lows? I mean, that is the brief question.
No, the highs were definitely of seeing the cricketers perform. Lows were that people sitting outside who did not understand cricket administration, they were the ones who were trying to, interfere and creating this bad blood among cricketers, which I thought was very unfair, and that's been sorted out now.
And were you hurt by any chance by the criticism from the state associations or cricket administrations of the yesteryears or cricketers that the COA was taking too much of time to settle things, and ultimately it ended in 33-month rule? Or it could have been done in about a month or in about a year or so?
No, there was no question of getting hurt or anything. See, we didn't extend the time. The time was extended by state associations who were not willing to adopt the constitution. The moment you people adopted, we held elections, and even those elections, 3 states had not adopted the constitution.
Yes.
You know the states also. I've written about them. So we were in the mode to implement the Supreme Court verdict at the earliest, but it was dependent upon the democratic behavior of the state associations.
Gentlemen, with your permission, I would like to...
Thank you.
Yes, open the floor to the audience. So, you can raise your hand if you have questions. Okay, 2 questions हम ले पाएंगे जो 2 हाथी मुझे दिखे. So, the sir in the front row, please. आप खुद को introduce कीजिए and अपना please सवाल
My
और
name
जवाब
is
short रखिएगा.
Harinder Sikka. I'm from Piramal Group. 2 small questions, both are interesting. I've known you for ages, and hats off to you to point watchdogs, the stature of Ajit Singh. And is that betting threat really as serious even now, or is it passé? Second thing is, my group handles all the 112 aspirational districts of the Prime Minister. All 100, and earlier 25 we got onto. Dealing with these girls, tribal, you realize that their hand-eye coordination they do not know sea of cricket. It's so good that from a distance, if they throw a stone, it reaches that at a speed, it's amazing, and it hits bang on. We have no wherewithal, we sponsor them, we bring them up, we try and do that. Why shouldn't, like one girl was picked up for hockey. Her father was a roadside laborer who was laying the tarmac and did not have a TV. TV is a foregone thing, and then they installed it hurriedly, and this was public news. But like Dhoni said that B and C, go further down D. These people have far more caliber and fire in the belly to do something. If you bring those girls up, there are companies who are willing to sponsor.
Okay.
So do you have a solution to this? Do you want to utilize the corporate world for such asset lying from there?
Your first question, betting. Yes, we suspect that betting is still going on. We try our best to try and get to the bottom of it, but I think betting is still going on. I mean, it's like what do you call it, satta and things like that, right? And those are the kind of things that are going on. About these girls, there are lots of associations now who are catching them young and giving them hostel facilities to train. And I think it's a good point you have raised, that you should approach the state association and say, we are willing to sponsor some girls. And whether it's Jharkhand, Uttarakhand, and these kind of places where, you can pick out the right kind of talent and train them to be good players, whether cricket or hockey, whatever it is now. Hockey is a remarkable success story.
Thank you, sir. Next question, please. Last question.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us deep insights about Indian cricket. My name is Aradhya. Yeah.
Please stand up.
Yeah. So, sir, I am a very avid cricket follower. My question to you is that you mentioned how IPL has benefited cricketers, but when I talk about international cricket, do you think it has some kind of impact on the international cricket? For example, players like Jasprit Bumrah, they play all the IPL matches, but when it comes to international cricket, their workload increases and, they are not able to play all the games. So do you think that IPL has somehow affected Indian cricket in a negative way also?
I don't think so. I don't subscribe to that viewpoint at all. That's why I raised the issue of workload. Workload is now being moderated by these people, and the Lodha Constitution very clearly says that 15 days before an international event and 15 days after that you cannot have the IPL. So it is being very scientifically monitored now to just ensure that the workload is such that these players are able to manage. Injuries, of course, nobody can help, There's nothing that you can do about it because it's a high-strung game, you see, and the body does take a lot of beating in the game. So it is being managed very scientifically now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Vinod Rai ji, Shlok Chandra ji और अभिलाष खांडेकर जी. मैं अब निवेदन करना चाहूँगा to the director of BLF, राघव चंद्रा जी, कि वो आगे आएँ और हमारे authors और discussants को एक memento से पेश करें. As a symbol of love and respect, we have been following this trend all the way along. Yes. जितने लोग सुबह से जुड़े हुए हैं वो जानते हैं. The picture is of a highly endangered bird called lesser florican, which was captured by Padma Shri Bhalu Monde ji, जिनका photography exhibition भी साथ में लगा हुआ है. Please do have a look अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं देखा है तो. Thank you so much, gentlemen. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Cricket is something that binds all of us together, and it was indeed a wonderful discussion. Moving on, the next topic, the next session is entitled as Empathy as a Leadership Science. Quite interesting. Empathy, something that all of us go through and experience. So this is going to be a virtual session because our author or the guest, Mimi Nicklin, she is currently in Dubai, and before we move ahead, I would just like to brief the audience about her. Mimi Nicklin is an experienced marketer and communication specialist empathy leader and author of the best-selling motivational book, Softening the Edge. And as a discussant will be coordinating on behalf of the BLF, we are thrilled to have Rashmi Bhargava ji. मैं चाहूँगा रश्मि भार्गवा जी का स्वागत गर्म तालियों के साथ करें. She happens to be an HR professional with around 30 years of rich experience in driving business results through effective management of various people processes spanning in diverse areas like employment, employee engagement, communication, performance management, organization capability building, talent acquisition, management, and so on. Mrs. Bhargava is also a practicing executive coach for the last 24 years with close to 15,000 hours of coaching and has been supporting both young and senior leaders to develop their own capabilities and to become the best version of themselves in the process. Along with her, as a discussant, Dr. Neha Jain will be joining us from Ashoknagar. She is an IAS officer currently posted in the sub-divisional magistrate in Ashoknagar, Madhya Pradesh. She
Sandeep, TV on karo, TV.
Okay, let us first have the equipments checked. And let me also tell you the last session for the day, followed by this one, will be BIMSTEC knowledge session, Vasudev Kutumbakam, the traditions of community in Bay of Bengal region. And as guests for this session, we will be having Mr. Harur Habib ji, Rakesh Kumar Tiwari ji, Ritupriya Khare ji, and they'll be in conversation with Amreen Zaidi ji. So please make sure you don't miss out on the last session as well.
There's actually no magical power as beautiful, powerful, and the inspiring eyes and the beautiful eyes. And yes, I see the beautiful eyes of the audience smiling. I want a smile before we begin this session. See, this is perhaps one of the last sessions, and I'm sure everybody's tired. Yet, we'll go on a lighter mode, we'll have some fun during this, and we'll have some very interesting people with us. If you judge people, you have no time to love them. You can only understand people if you actually go into their boots. And that is exactly what our dear guest today evening is doing. Today she talks about why empathy is important for leadership. She's a natural coach, international best-selling author, a podcast host, a mother, and a global leader. It's my absolute privilege to introduce my guest tonight, Minnie Nicklin. Minnie, what does it mean? It means beloved. And believe me, she's loved all over the world.
Thank you very much for having me.
Famously known for a breakfast show, Empathy for Breakfast. She is also the founder of Empathy Everywhere, the world's first empathy platform has been established by her by the name Empathy Everywhere. It's really unique. Her book, Softening the Edge, was a bestseller even before it reached the shelves. She has been working across the globe in various capacities to make the world a more empathetic, valuable, and sustainable place. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me. This is Rashmi Bhargav and Dr. Neha Jain in welcoming the beautiful and utterly authentic Mimi Nicklin in our session today. Empathy as a leadership science. Thank you, Mimi, for joining us virtually. How are you doing?
Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you all. And I'm thrilled. I'm very, very excited to be in India tonight, even if it's from afar. So thank you very much.
There has been a problem, you know, while this session was on. Not on, but while it was, Neha was supposed to be physically present here. And due to work exigency, she couldn't make it. So, you know, small things have bigger tasks. Small like me in height. So they have bigger tasks, you know. So I had a big task to introduce you, which I've already done. So Neha, would you like to take over?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mimi, for joining us. Thank you, BLF team and Rashmi, for gluing this circumstantial crisis for us in such a short time. I'm extremely thankful that I'm still part of this session. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Neha, would you like to actually take things further?
Sure. Now, I think I would request the BLF team to play a small video for the benefit of the audience to know Mimi and her work better.
Yeah, let's enjoy the video.
As human beings, our basic
Praveen bhai.
As human beings, our basic need is to be seen and to be heard, to be connected to others. We're not meant to be alone.
If we are not inspiring the next generation of talent to want to come into our organizations and to trust us, that we're able to empathize with them, we're able to understand their reality and help them grow and help them start their careers, then we're really losing before we even begin.
Empathy.
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 Empathy. Empathy.
Mimi Nicklin. Mimi Nicklin. Mimi Nicklin. Mimi Nicklin.
Thank you so much for this video so that, you know, for the benefit of the audience, they could understand the work of her done globally throughout.
And that was really beautiful, Mimi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now over to the author herself to share a short presentation and actually tell us what empathy is and what do we want to know.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having me. And I want to allow enough time for us to have a conversation in this session. But I'm just going to take less than 10 minutes to tell you a little bit more about empathy, why it's so important and why I've committed my career and my writing, the current book and the next one that's to come this year, straight out of India with an Indian publisher and content partner, still focusing on empathy and why empathy is the future of leadership science. So with lots of passion and energy, I want to share with you my real belief, which is this. The more the world talks about empathy, the more empathy the world will have. Empathy is a superpower that every one of you in the audience has. The more we raise this conversation, the more chance we have of increasing our empathy levels around the world. Now, why is that important? It's important because of this. We are suffering with an empathy deficit, a lack of empathy across society and across our workplaces and our leadership all around the world. And this has been going on for 30 years. So for 3 decades, we have been losing our empathy up to the levels of 48%. Now, we knew about this around about 20 years ago, just under 17 years ago. President Obama, in fact, before he was president, stood up and addressed his audience. And he said, I know we should be talking about the federal deficit today, but I think we should be talking about our empathy deficit. Now, Obama had recognized all those years ago what this deficit has in terms of impact on our people, in terms of mental health, connectivity, collaboration, connection, our ability to be together. Now, the news is full of China opening up right now. They've still been locked in due to COVID. So we have been stuck in this health pandemic for over 3 years in parts of the world. But the loneliness endemic is far more wide-reaching and responsible for a far higher burden on our healthcare worldwide than any other health issue alone. Our empathy deficit is quite literally plaguing our world. Now, when I started writing this book, no one was talking about this, okay? That was late 2020 when this book published, nearly 2 years ago. And when the book published, no one was talking about this. And I want to tell you a story. I'm British originally, and when I got my book deal, which for any author out there tonight, or a hopeful author in the future, when you get that phone call and they say, I'm going to publish your book, of course it is just the best thing that can ever happen. And I remember calling my mother, who's very British, right? And I said, Mum, someone's going to publish my book. And she said, darling, that's wonderful, but who wants to read a book about empathy? And I said, well, thanks, Mum. But she was right, okay? At the end of 2020, no one was talking about this, particularly in the corporate world. But today, this is a trending corporate and political conversation at the highest level. If you Google empathy in the workplace, you will find empathy in tech, in innovation, in marketing, in healthcare, in education, in politics, across society. It is gaining traction all around the world. So what is it? What is it in leadership? Why are we talking about it today as a leadership science? Fundamentally, this is a skill set. So I want to be really clear with the audience. We'll talk about this tonight. This is not an emotion. Empathy is not an emotion, okay? It is a skill set. You are all born with it. It is built into the prefrontal cortex of your brains, okay? It is a skill set that allows us to thrive as human beings. From a leadership point of view, it is quite simply the ability to recognize and respond to the reality or viewpoint of others in your workplace, in your team, in the people that work from you. How do they see the world? Why do they have the opinion they have? Why was their email late? Why are they resigning? Why is that big supplier of yours after 20 years taking their business elsewhere, right? How do you take that perspective in order to communicate, negotiate, and build relationships? Now, as I said, we're not born with a fixed amount of this. Probably the question I get asked most is, but Mimi, do you just have more empathy than everyone else? The answer is no. All of you in the audience tonight have exactly the same amount because you were born with it, right? It's a competence that we can master and we can get better at, because like any skill set, the more you practice, the more permanent it becomes. Why is it so important today? There are many reasons, but one of them is this. It is impossible to ever create truly inclusive engagement that talks to your whole team, from perhaps factory floor to the CEO to the C-suite, without first having empathy. How are you ever going to work with people if you don't first understand them? How are you going to drive performance and profit and growth if you don't understand the people that are doing that for you on the ground? Now, fundamentally, this is true. There are no humans that don't have the need to be understood. We see this from birth. Within 18 and a half minutes, we see the need for empathy, to be seen and to be heard. Literally infants, newborns, if they are not seen and heard, they suffer. Human beings, we need to connect with each other. But equally, when it comes to the workplace, it comes to this leadership science, there is no human that won't perform better, connect more deeply, and understand their teams more when this need is understood. There are nearly zero KPIs, key performance indicators, that don't go up when empathy goes up.
productivity, output, innovation, design, motivation, morale. And that's even in kind of IT companies where people sit and code all day. When empathy is high, output is high. So we know that performance is directly linked to this because of this on the screen right now. How would you ever truly motivate a team if you don't understand them, right? And people tell me all the time, but Mimi, we're paying our team more and they're still resigning. That is an empathy gap. People aren't just at work, particularly the young ones today, you know, this generational gap for money. Money is important, very important, but it's not the only thing. So just paying them more may not get the results you need. You need to understand, why are they working for you and how do you make them stay? I believe that this year that we're in, 2023, will be the year that listening leadership goes mainstream. Maybe you haven't heard much about that before today, but I promise you, now that you've heard this tonight, you're going to go away and hear it everywhere, just like my mum did back in 2020, because a few months after she told me, darling, who wants to read about empathy? She called me again, maybe about 3 months later, and said, darling, all I keep hearing about is empathy, right? So the minute you're aware of it, you're going to hear about it in the business world, because rebuilding our workplaces and our results will depend on it, will depend on connecting our people, understanding our people, and coming together. Why does this matter? Because these are values that matter. These are human values that matter. And a society without values is devoid of humanity. And a society without humanity is a scary reality. And I would say that often when we put on the news today, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing society without human understanding, without our shared humanity between us, violence, bullying, aggression, segregation, all of these things. We need to ensure that in the 10 years ahead, we rebuild our empathy because of this. Because we are all more alike than we are different. And I've spent the last 18 years working around the world, and I know this to be true. CEO or entry-level employee, whatever industry you're in, whatever passion you have, we are all humans. And we are all far more alike than we are different. So the question I would end with is, are you listening? And if not, you probably should be. So thank you very much for letting me introduce my work. And Dr. Neha, I would love to talk about it further.
Sure. Thank you so much.
I think that was a lovely new thing I learned, the listening leadership.
Yes.
That was brilliant. And this year it's going to be listening leadership. Neha, are you taking on this question?
Yes. Let me shoot the first question to you, because this is a rarely explored topic and we are going to have the luxury of asking you questions on empathy. So my first question would be, there's a beautiful couplet in your book, which is, let me hold the door for you. Mm-hmm. After all that you walked through, it's the least I can do. Mm-hmm. This, for me, encompasses the spirit of your work and passion for empathy. But my question to you would be, how and why did you choose empathy? Or should I say, empathy chose you?
Definitely it chose me. Whenever someone asks me, did you always want to be an author? I say the same thing. I don't feel like I wrote the book. I feel like the book wrote me. And that's the very short version, and the whole story is actually in the book, but the very short version is that I moved to the Middle East to take over a CEO role, a regional role, in an organization that turned out to not be as it was explained to me. And I was thrown from a very corporate role, like a vice president of something in corporate, to basically being an entrepreneur. And I was entirely ill-equipped to do that. I wasn't ready. I didn't have those skill set. I had a corporate career. And I saw a business coach and I said, please help me work through this minefield of this sort of change of direction in my career. And she asked me about my leadership. And I told her that I led my teams with intuition. And she stopped me and she said, Mimi, is it intuition or is it empathy? And at the time I was like, no. So what's empathy? Like, no, it's nothing to do with empathy. But she planted a seed. And I went away and I discovered the empathy deficit, which I touched on today. And once I realized the science behind it, right, that the neuroscience, the power of this human skill set, then I couldn't stop writing. So I do think empathy found me, because if it wasn't for that one sentence in that lunch, I never would have gone down this road. And once I started to write, I couldn't stop. And as you mentioned in the intro, before this went on sale, it reached bestseller status, which was mind-blowing to me. And my podcast at the same time reached 85,000 people from my bedroom in the pandemic. So suddenly my life changed. So I do think it found me. And once I started on that journey, there's no way I could ever stop, right? Every day we learn more and we reach more people to hopefully change workplaces, but also our world.
Thank you. Now I give it over to Rashmi.
Yeah, I'll shoot my next question. Keeping in mind that empathy is a choice. Mimi, I have I want to understand your stress on empathy being a science, more mathematical than we imagine, more achievable than we think, and more practical than we know. Please let me have your comments on this.
I love the way you framed that question. I might steal it in the future. It's a great framing of the question because you're right. The sort of undertone of that is the lack of understanding around what this is, which is at mass, right? People don't know what empathy is. They don't understand that this is it is scientific, right? Empathy is, as I mentioned, built into your prefrontal cortex. It is an evolutionary skill set, okay? It is, I like to say, humanity's data set. Okay, so not only can you measure it in a workplace, you can measure the impact of it as well. As human beings, in order to connect, to work together, to build anything, to build a table, let alone an organization, you have to understand each other, right? That is the core of humanity. For us to move from survival to thriving revolves around us being pro-social. We are naturally pro-social. So it is a science. This is something that is neurologically sort of tuned into our brains. And the impact of it is actually physiological, which I won't go into in huge depth this evening. But anyone that wants to know more can just find me on Instagram at Mimi Nicklin and ask away, because there is amazing physiological impact of using empathy. What I will say is that empathy is contagious in the best way. So when you empathize with people, they will, it might take time, but they will empathize back. And our brains are very clever that when you study them with an MRI machine, when we see people using their empathy and those neurons light up, the joy neurons also light up. This is how important it is to us, that our brains adapted in a way to make it rewarding, to create happy hormones in our body in order to encourage us to do it. Because the success of society quite literally revolves around us understanding each other. So it is a science. It is deeply studied in the scientific space. So in healthcare, the medical system has a whole lot of data which shows amazing things. Like when empathy goes up, you can track blood glucose changes between doctor and patient. But equally, from a business data point of view, a scientific point of view in the business world, you can track empathy in the workplace with things like output, performance, tenure, loyalty in an organization. So it is definitely a science, and there is plenty of data to back it up.
Thank you, Mimi. And your smile is also very contagious.
Thank you.
So, Neha, would you like to take the next question?
Sure. I think, for the first time when I read your book, I actually got to know this concept called empathy deficit. This is a rarely talked about thing, and we understand it to a certain extent. But what does empathy deficit mean for the world today?
It means we should be worried, in all honesty, right? It means we should be worried because what we see when our empathy decreases, all of the isms increase. And what I mean by isms, racism, sexism, ageism, nationalism, any form of segregation or judgment. When empathy goes down, these things increase, and it creates, like I touched on earlier, loneliness, segregation, separation, all of these issues that we see in society. It ends in things like violence, bullying, again, loneliness. And we see huge impact on our children as well. And one of the stats that I often use, which is not a nice one for a Saturday night, but it is a powerful one,
is that the second biggest killer of our youth worldwide, so 14 to 24-year-olds, is suicide. So our children are quite literally killing themselves rather than staying on the planet with us. Now, when human beings start to see this happen, that the segregation and the separation, the lack of understanding is so deep that the next generations are choosing not to survive, we have a problem. We have a dire problem. So, of course, in the working world, this often doesn't manifest with such severity, although we do see things like workplace-related suicide or depression or anxiety. We do see things like the Great Resignation, like burnout, like generational gaps between the seniors and the entry-level staff. So we're seeing all kinds of levels of segregation, loneliness, and actually a breakdown of communication and therefore performance and output. So the deficit, and this is why Obama spoke about it back in 2006. He knew this, he saw it, he could see the data on a global level and an American level, and was saying, you all need to think about this because we are breaking down the social systems that make us human. And that is a huge problem. It's a risk. It's a risk for our world. It's definitely a risk for our leaders.
Right. I mean, you quite explained it very well, and you kind of explained the urgency for the world to understand how important empathy is.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, for the next, I would request Rashmi.
Yeah, I'll take on. Mimi, I've been part of the corporate world for, I think, almost 4 decades. And yes, and I've also been a coach and a trainer and whatnot. But there were 2 very strange, new words that came up in your book. And I was very curious to ask you about these. One was the term regenerative leadership and detached leadership. This I came across for the first time. So how can we understand these terms better from you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for asking them. And they were terms that came to me very naturally in writing. I don't claim them to be mine. I don't know if other people use them or not. It's not like I sort of coined them or copyrighted them, but they felt very poignant given the work that I do. So detached leadership is, to be honest, what we're seeing all around the world on the back of this deficit, which is leaders that are sitting in their offices, they're disconnected from their teams, they're not listening, they're often not talking to them, they actually have no idea what's going on, and worse is often they don't care, right? So there is a huge disconnect between the top, the middle, and the bottom. We're also seeing, for the first time in history, up to 4 generations in the workplace at one time. So particularly in South Asia, where we have lots of family businesses, you might have the chairperson, often a man, so chairman at the top, maybe in his 70s. His son or daughter, son of CEO today, maybe in their 40s. Their kind of middle management, which might be like late 20s or early 30s. And then the entry level, that could be an intern at 19 or 20, right? So these 4 generations have hugely different opinions on culture, life, work. You know, the young ones only want to communicate on WhatsApp, and the older ones want you to talk face to face and, write with a pen. So, there are huge differences in that. And that detached leadership is the term that I coined to explain what's going on, where we're just completely disconnected.
Wonderful.
The sort of overcoming of that is this idea of regenerative leadership that actually regenerates cyclical, regeneration is a constant process, regenerates our businesses. Some of that is in things like emotional wellness, motivation, drive. We see, as I mentioned earlier, when empathy goes up, people work longer hours out of choice. Some very interesting data out there, which I often use, which shows that when there is a lack of empathy in detached leadership, when there's a lack of empathy, 78% of people, and this was a huge study worldwide, I think it was 6,000 people, 78% of them said they would leave their role, their industry, and their company to find more empathetic leadership, right? So that's 80% of people. More understanding in this regenerative system, which builds businesses that can continue throughout these generations. So it is a cyclically high-performing system, which is what those regenerative leaders are able to do, because fundamentally they're listening, they're able to continue innovating and evolving.
Wonderful. I thought I'll get sandwiched between the two videos, but we just have 10 minutes left, so we'll have to quicken up with our questions. So Neha, are you taking on the next one?
Yeah, I want to take a very interesting question with you, Mimi. You know, they say the world is built on stories. And when I read your book, you know, extensively you've talked on the symbiosis between the leadership and empathy. And can you share, you know, with us your favorite anecdotes of leaders across the world and some interesting stories of empathy tonight?
There's so many. What I would like to do is maybe mention my favorite empathy leader, which is Satya Nadella, who is, for those of you that don't know, the CEO of Microsoft. And I talk about him a lot. I've never met him, but I talk about him a lot for a couple of reasons. One, because he is leading with empathy first. He has a book called Hit Refresh, which I highly recommend anyone to read. And in that book, he mentions empathy, I think 52 times. I didn't count that, but somebody did. 52 times. He talks about the use of empathy hugely in there, in terms of culture, in terms of driving Microsoft to $1 trillion in return to shareholders, and in terms of much of their kind of comeback against Apple a few years ago. He is constantly lauded as one of the most successful CEOs in the world. And of course, he's a man, which is very powerful because often, I don't think we're going to talk about it tonight, but often I get asked about women versus men in leadership and whether women have more empathy, which, by the way, is no. Physiologically and from a sort of makeup point of view, there is no difference. But I like to use Satya's story because he's a man, he's a powerful man, he's running one of the biggest companies in the world, and he has a nearly 100% happiness rating amongst his staff, amongst his leadership team, but equally the business is building and consistently building all the time. And the little story that he talks about in Hit Refresh is when he was very young and he went into Microsoft for the first time. I think he's 22. And he did a whole day of tests, you know, when you go in and they test all of your aptitude and all of these things to get the job. And his last interview of the day was with a senior vice president. And Satya says he went in there ready to kind of write code on the whiteboard and, you know, show his prowess. And the vice president sat him down and he said, Satya, I've only got one question for you. And Satya was like, okay, right, what is it? Ready for some complicated equation. And the president said to him, if you saw a child alone and crying on the road, what would you do? And Satya said that almost instantly, he said, well, I'd call 911, you know, I'd call the emergency services. And the vice president got up and stood Satya up and walked him to the door and said, Satya, if you're going to work here, you're going to need to work on your empathy. And that was his first time when he realized, hang on, what is this and why are they asking me for it? And of course, it's gone on to impact his very, very impressive career and how he runs one of the biggest tech businesses in the world. So I love that story. There are many, and they're growing all the time. As I said earlier, this conversation is trending, where we're beginning to see stories come out of workplaces in both ends of that spectrum, positively, like with Microsoft, and of course negatively, where we're finding businesses that have that lack of empathy, the detached leadership, and they're suffering with things like the Great Resignation, with mental health and misery and burnout and all of these things.
Oh, that's sad.
Since COVID.
I think even the audience are now getting curious. So just one answer from you for the benefit of the audience. Can you run through some practices either in personal life, work or relationship that we can follow and maybe become empathetic?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the simplest one for the sake of this presentation this evening, this discussion, is to use the word why. Because fundamentally, curiosity is the backbone to empathy, whether you're at work or in your family or in your community.
understand why. Why did you say that? Why do you think that? Why do you want this food order? Why do you want a promotion? Whatever it is, ask people why would be my first thing. And the second thing is when you've asked them that question, give them the chance to answer. Because often we run in to share our opinions, right? And we love that in India. I've spent most of my career in and out of India, right? We all like to talk a lot, but are we listening, right? Are we really listening to each other? And I often ask the question, are you listening to hear or are you listening to understand? And that is a very different thing. So be curious, ask why, and then listen to the answers, not your answer, not what your next comment's going to be, but what the person is actually saying. And you will find huge value in your career, in your ability to get promoted, in your fast track to leadership, and in your ability to negotiate and build profitable business. The more you listen, the more data you will have to do better both in your career and for those around you.
Wonderful, lovely answer. So, Neha, do we ask the audience?
Sure, I think we should make the floor open for the audience to ask questions to the author. And by the way, I'm quite happy, and I think Indians all over who are watching this live would be happy that you mentioned an Indian origin man for your best example for empathy.
I mention it in everything I do. It's not just because I'm in India. Like if you look at my YouTube, I talk about him all the time. He is absolutely inspiring. So
I mean, definitely, you know.
So there is a question coming by.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, ma'am. My name is Bhakti. Basically, there is a term known as toxic empathy. So, can you just share your views on that, and can you please tell us that how can we get rid of it while empathizing with someone? Thank you.
yes, it's a great question. Thank you. I can only give you my opinion on this. I think that there is a lot of confusion when you talk about toxic empathy with compassion versus empathy, and they're two very different things, right? So empathy is a skill set. There is, for my opinion, there is no way to use a skill set toxically, right? It is a skill set, it's a data set. It's do you understand the data, which happens to be a human, in front of you? The way you respond to that, the way you feel, moves into compassion and or sympathy, right? And there is a perception that there is a huge amount of burnout when you empathize a lot. But the reality is, when you look at the data, that is not true. When we see empathy go up, we see burnout or emotional toxicity go down, because this is a connecting human emotion. It is a pro-social emotion, as I sort of touched on earlier. So toxic empathy, my opinion, it makes good headlines, it attracts attention, it's that kind of clickbaity thing that you find online. But in all the study I have done, there is no limit to the ability and the goodness of using the skill set to understand people around you. Where you do need to be careful is to protect yourself emotionally from compassion fatigue, right? Which is feeling sad or sorry or pity for everyone all the time. I suffer with that myself. I'm always feeling sad. That's why I never watch the news anymore. But I don't put that down to my empathy. I put that down to compassion, to sadness, to pity for the state of our world. So that's my opinion. As I said, from all the data I have studied, there is no end to the benefit of understanding those around you and using that data set to help you understand the world.
I hope that answers your question. Any other questions?
I can't hear.
I'm Raghav Chandra, director of the Bhopal Literature Festival. Hi, this was an absolutely fabulous session with you, and let me tell you that this is the first time that we are doing such a virtual session where we have one person who's part of the panel who's there in real. Neha, of course, was meant to be here, but she's got stuck with work, and you there, and I think this will open up doors and opportunities for us to have many other sessions where we are not in a position to have the speaker over directly in front of us. But coming to your absolutely empathetic and powerful presentation and your explanations about the importance of empathy, how do we motivate people who are low on empathy to become empathetic, and those who are low in resources to be more empathetic towards those who have more resources but need some empathy? So normally, it's a power equation where it's perceived that only the rich can help the poor. Can the poor also help the rich? And can you motivate those who are low in empathy to become more empathetic? How can you motivate them? For instance, a child, or as you said, Satya Nadella was kind of persuaded by his senior colleague that, look, I'll show you the door if you're not empathetic. So how does one do that in real life? So there are two different questions, but see if you can help us with
Yes,
that.
thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm so pleased that we've managed to make the virtual real life connection work for you all. It's something I've been doing a lot of, obviously, in the last few years. And it's so rewarding for the speaker as well as, I hope, for the audience. In terms of your two questions there, let's tackle the second one first, which is, how do you encourage people that are low on empathy to become more empathetic? As I mentioned earlier, psychologically, neurologically, empathy is contagious. And in fact, you mentioned earlier that my smile is contagious. Smiling is, due to the same neurological reason, it is actually contagious. I talk about it in the book because it's something that we have been tuned through all of our history as evolutionary creatures to respond to. And empathy does the same thing. It is based on mirror neurons in your brain. The mirror neuron, let's see if this works, but I'm sure it will. The mirror neuron is responsible for yawning when somebody else yawns, right? So you know that when you are in a room with someone that yawns, you often yawn in response. And now that I have said the word yawn about 5 or 6 times, somebody in the audience, without a doubt, is yawning, right? It's the same with smiling. It's the same with empathy. Empathy is contagious. The only people that eventually do not respond are people that have a neurological challenge, for example, narcissists, right? So what we've seen as the empathy deficit has increased, we have seen the amount of narcissism increase at an equal level. Narcissistic tendencies from a psychological point of view in the brain don't allow those people to empathize. So you will come across people in the workplace that do not have the capacity to empathize. And unfortunately, we often hear stories of them in very senior leadership positions. And when the juniors come to me and tell me about this, in the end, if they're very senior, my answer is always the same, which is you have to decide to stay or leave, but you're not going to change them. So there are some people that you cannot impact. But on the whole, as social beings, pro-social beings, as I mentioned earlier, it is a contagious feat. So there's many things, for example, with body language. So eye contact is one of them, which we just don't talk about enough, right? Making eye contact, especially, in the age of the cell phone, right? When we're all looking down all the time, we're missing out on that connection. So much of empathy is through the eyes. Body language, shoulders, keeping your shoulders towards people. I think if you watch this video back today, you'll see I'm very close to the camera a lot of the time. And that's even though I have media training, right? Media training would put me back here, right? Because they tell me I need this much space between me and all of that stuff that they teach you for events. But I want you as the audience to feel that I'm here with you. So I ignore my media training and I say, no, I want to empathize with them. I want to, even through a screen, to connect. And I'm hoping that in the audience today, that has happened, right? Some of you that perhaps don't think you're particularly empathetic are going to leave this room saying, maybe I can do that a bit more. Maybe I can listen to my team, my husband, my sister, whoever, a little bit more. And education is such a big part of that. And that's why I do this work. Because as I said, I think twice already today, the more the world talks about empathy, the more empathy the world will have. And that is probably the best way of answering that question. The more we practice it, the more it will grow. Your second question, which was around sort of the up and downness of it. If I take that out of kind of economics, so the rich and the poor, for the sake of my answer, and put it into the workplace, when we talk about kind of leaders and let's say juniors or entry levels, one of the things that I teach leaders when I work with them is how important it is to teach the juniors to empathize up, right? You can empathize with anybody, right? As long as you have the skill set. So one of the toughest questions I was ever asked, I work with the Metropolitan Police Service in London, and they asked me in a Q&A, but Mimi, can we empathize with terrorists when they've, you know, when there's been an attack? And I was entirely unprepared for that answer. But we agreed as a team that, of course, yes, you can, because empathy is not about judgment and it is not about agreement. So you don't have to see things the same way or like what the other person is saying, seeing, or doing to be able to empathize with them. You simply have to be able to understand. And to understand involves curiosity. So to my point earlier about asking the question why, trying to understand. So if that is the case scientifically, which it is, then to answer your question, can you educate, teach, train, inspire people, let's say above and below, whether that's a workplace system, a societal system, or a segregated system? Can you move to a point where there is more mutual understanding? Absolutely. And we see it all around the world. We just see it in too small proportions. So the gaps are bigger than the closing gaps, which is why I do the work I do. But the answer is yes, you can do it. You can create shared empathy between very eclectic and segregated groups and improve that mutual understanding.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
Mimi, we would have loved to go on listening to you, but it's time to yawn. It is. So we'll have to stop the session. And before doing that, I would like to thank you, the dynamic Mimi, the beautiful Dr. Neha Jain, and the lovely audience to listen to us. And above all, Mr. Raghav Chandra and Mr. Khandegar to give us this opportunity to bring empathy before the audience. We love you, audience, for bearing and listening to us. Empathy has no script. There is no right way or wrong way to do it. It's simple listening, holding space, withholding judgment, emotionally connecting and communicating that incredibly healing message of you are not alone, and that is empathy. Signing off, this is your host, Rashmi Bhargav and Dr. Neha Jain. Thank you, Mimi.
Thank you so much, dear ladies. But just before you sign off, I would like to request Meenakshi Duaji, the member of Society for Culture and Environment, to please come forward and present virtually a memento to our guest for this session, Mimi Nicklen, TV host and international coach, and of course, Dr. Neha Jain as well for joining us once again in the 5th edition of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. So I think, yes, so it is not just a virtual representation, but we'll send it over to you in Dubai as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I would request Meenakshi ji and Rashmi ji to please unfold the memento, and there you see, it is a picture of a highly endangered bird called Lesser Florican. And just for your information, we would like to tell you that it was captured by Mondeji, who happens to be a Padma Shri awardee. And a beautiful picture right there. It is also the mascot of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2023. I think we should put forward our gratitude by a huge round of applause to Mimi Nicklen, to Dr. Neha Jain and Rashmi Bhargav ji. Thank you so much for being a part of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2023. It was lovely having you.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Great.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
I would just like to extend a little bit thank you to Raghav Chandra sir, the entire BLF team, Rashmi ji for doing this session at the last minute and making all crises fluidly just pass off. And thank you, Mimi, for sharing your years of work in the most fun, fluid, and flattering fashion. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Good night.
Dr. Neha
Thank
Jain.
you very much. Thank you.
We hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Great. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, but कहते हैं कि सबसे खास बातें, खास sessions आखिर के लिए बचा के रखते हैं. This session, probably the last session for the day 2 of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, is titled as BIMSTEC Knowledge Session Vasudev Kutumbakam, the traditions of community in Bay of Bengal region. And we will be in conversation with Mr. Haroon Habib, Kitso Pelmo, Rakesh Kumar Tiwari, Ritupriya Khare, and Amreen Zehri. मैं चाहूँगा ज़ोरदार तालियों से हम उन सभी का स्वागत करें और मैं चाहूँगा कि मैं आपको बारी बारी से इन सभी हस्तियों के बारे में अवगत करूँ, इनके बारे में बताऊँ. Haroon Habib ji from has come all the way from Bangladesh, is a recipient of several national recognitions including the prestigious Bangla Academy Literary Award. He is a veteran of Bangladesh's Liberation War of 1971. A committed writer and an authority in the field of liberation and research, Mr. Habib has authored more than 50 books, short stories, novels, essays, poetries, and research works, etc. Also, a senior journalist and columnist, Mr. Habib led the country's national news agency Bangladesh Sangbad Sansthan, as the chief editor and managing director, and also worked as the Dhaka correspondent of leading Indian newspaper The Hindu and Frontline magazine for nearly 3 decades. मेरे ख्याल से इस experience के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए. About Kisto Pelmo, she is the producer of Bhutan Echoes, has been invited by the Ministry of External Affairs to the BIMSTEC association with the BLF, and it would interest some of you to know that her name Kitso means a peaceful lake. Irony being she is in the city of peaceful lakes. We welcome you, Kitso. Zordar taali honi chahiye. A round of applause for Kitso. Moving on, our next discussant for the day is Rakesh Kumar Tiwari ji. Tiwari ji has taken over as the Under Secretary of BIMSTEC at the Ministry of External Affairs, India from December 2020. He is a career diplomat and belongs to the Indian Foreign Service batch of 2017. He has also served for 2+ years at Indian Embassy in Myanmar, where he learned the Burmese language and passed the Burmese language proficiency exam with a distinction. He has 16+ years of experience working in various fields. He speaks English, Hindi, Gujarati, and Burmese. उनके लिए भी तालियां होनी चाहिए. Next, we have with us Ritupriya Khare ji. She is a poet, author, singer, and a composer. She holds an MSc in chemistry, and she has been trained in classical and folk music. Her publications include Kargil Vikas Parakram, yes, of course. Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat, released by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and Vikas Ki Ganga, which was released by Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. Next, as the moderator, we are elated to have Amreen Zehri ji with us. Zordar taaliyan unke liye. She has been a well-known columnist and author. Her debut book, The Warrior Widows, was a tribute to the wives of the soldiers of the armed forces who are engaged in defending the country from internal and external threats. She has been associated with BLF since quite a long time, and we are really happy to have her once again as the moderator. मैं चाहूँगा कि ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ हम सब इस आखिरी और बेहद इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन की शुरुआत करें. Over to, yes, take it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Jai Hind, everyone. और वासुदेव कुटुंबकम, हम सबको इसका मतलब मालूम है, वन वर्ल्ड वन फैमिली, दैट इज़ व्हाट इंडिया स्टैंड्स फॉर. और सबसे पहले मैं कित्सो को इनवाइट करूंगी टू इंट्रोड्यूस हर सेल्फ. शी इज़ फ्रॉम बर्मा एंड वी आर इंडीड वन बिग Bhutan, and we are indeed one big family. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So unfortunately, I will not be a part of this panel session as I feel like I don't know enough on the subject matter. But I'd like to take this opportunity to share a little bit about Bhutan Echoes, the organization that I work for. So we were formerly known as the Mountain Echoes. It is Bhutan's very first literature festival. And Bhutan Echoes is a decade-old celebration of stories, cultural, and literature exchanges engagements. It was founded by Her Majesty, the Queen Mother Kyalyum Aji Doji Wamo Wangchuk in 2010 as a Indo-Bhutan initiative. We're also very grateful to the Indo-Bhutan Foundation and the Indian Embassy for your unwavering trust and support, which made it very possible to successfully organize all our past festivals. My gratitude also extends to the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival family for organizing this marvelous festival, your kind hospitality, and for having me here. And lastly, I'm thrilled to announce that we will be organizing our next festival this August from the 4th to the 6th. So please do join us in Bhutan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kitso. And ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'll start with Harun Habibji. Harun Habibji has been a key player, and he has been at the forefront as a veteran fighter in the 1971 war, which is a big, big achievement. And I would like to tell let him tell himself what made him go to the war front, first as a veteran, then as a photojournalist, then as an author, and all that followed.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was a student in Dhaka University when the turmoil, anti-Pakistani turmoil by the Bengalis were in the offing. And naturally, actually, during the Pakistani's 24 years time, the main problem with the Pakistani rulers and the ruling coteries was that they wanted Bengalis speaking people to be Muslims only, not the human being, not the Bengali own identity. And that is the crisis. Actually, what happened, Bengali people have their own identity of secular identity. Those who are Bengali, they are Hindus, Muslims, and other religion people also. But that particularly thing influenced our generation, and therefore, and of course, there was this very effective leadership of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, as you all know. So we just rose up. And in the 1970, there was you won't imagine, during the 24 years of United Pakistan, there was not a single election except the 1970 election, and in which the major party of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman won. But the military rulers wouldn't succumb, they would not let the Bengali to lead Pakistan. Therefore, the crisis was there. And finally, on 25th March of 1971, they suddenly started a massacre in Dhaka, killing the Bengali people. And that very night, independence was declared by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and then followed by his arrest, and he was taken to West Pakistan. So, for your answering your question, I should say this is the story not of me, it's a story of other hundreds of thousands of young people at that time who decided to take up arms to fight against the Pakistani military rulers.
Oh, okay. But recently you mentioned that genocide in Bangladesh has never been acknowledged by the world. Why do you say so?
Actually, what happened, it is a great failure of the United Nations that now it is 51 years Bangladesh genocide was banned. And Bangladesh genocide was the 5th largest genocide in the world in the 20th century. And United Nations did recognize the Armenian genocide, recognized even the very recent Bosnian, Rwandan genocide, Cambodian genocide, but not the Bangladesh one. Why? Actually, if we go through the history of Bangladesh independence war, in which India was an integral part of that particular war, and the role of India is written in blood, because not only the Bengalis freedom fighters who fought against the Pakistani army died and butchered, got killed, but for independence of Bangladesh, it's unique. A foreign nation, Indian nationals, thousands of Indian national soldiers also died for the Bangladesh cause. So what I was talking about the genocide, Bangladesh war, it happened in the backdrop of Cold War at that time, Soviet Union and America. While United States did support Pakistan, Soviet Union via India supported the Bengali cause. Therefore, there was a problem with the United Nations. Even today, that problem persists. Very recently, in the United Nations, in the US Congress, one Democratic and Republic MP placed forward a joint resolution so that Bangladesh resolution could be done. I, on behalf of Bangladesh people, and using this platform to appeal to the United Nations that for his own sake, respect, for his own sake of judgment, this brutal genocide which Bangladesh had encountered in 1971 in the hands of Pakistani surrounding army must not go unnoticed, at least in the official document of United Nations.
Thank you so much. And taking forward, I will come to Rakesh ji. Since you work in the region through BIMSTEC, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगी, वासुदेव कुटुंबकम जो हमारे सेशन का नाम है, तो इसका कुछ रोल है हमारी फॉरेन पॉलिसी में? Does it play a key role in our foreign policy also?
Thank you, ma'am. हमारे यहाँ एक बहुत प्रसिद्ध श्लोक है, अयम निजम परो वेति गणना लघु चेत साम उदार चरिता नाम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। ये भारतीय सोसाइटी की, इंडियन कल्चर की ये सबसे टॉप मोस्ट वैल्यू है कि हमारे लिए संपूर्ण पृथ्वी ही परिवार है। हमारी संसद के एंट्रेंस पर ये लिखा हुआ है, ये सूक्त लिखा गया है, और ये भारतीय परंपरा है कि हम संपूर्ण पृथ्वी को अपना परिवार मानते हैं। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की जो भावना है, तो यह सिर्फ हमारी फॉरेन पॉलिसी को, डिप्लोमेसी को ही नहीं प्रभावित कर रहा है, बल्कि ये तो हमारा संपूर्ण कल्चर है, हमारा संपूर्ण संस्कृति है। उसके अनुसार हमारी जो डिप्लोमेसी है वह भी उसी हिसाब से कार्य कर रही है। अभी जो G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी भारत को मिली है, जो इसके लिए भी यही थीम वाक्य रखा गया है। इसका मतलब कि एक पृथ्वी, एक परिवार और एक भविष्य। और यदि हम वर्तमान में देखेंगे, अगर हम शायद इसी संकल्पना पर चलेंगे तो संभवतः विश्व में एक समृद्धि और शांति होगी।
तो मैं ये पूछना चाहूँगी कि हाउ डू यू सी द सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ BIMSTEC in India becoming a superpower?
India is becoming superpower in many aspects, not only by the BIMSTEC only.
And BIMSTEC, as you know, that is the organization, intergovernmental organization among Bay of Bengal region. Bay of Bengal, if you can say, most of the neighboring countries we have. So, BIMSTEC is a unique organization that is connecting Southeast Asia and South Asia. Southeast Asia, we have two countries, Myanmar and Thailand. In Southeast Asia, we have India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka. So these connectivity and also in this region, by this combination of these countries, we have around 22% around population of the world. Recently, around 8 billion population that has crossed in last November, 15 November. So in that case, we have a population of the around 23% of the world, as well as around $4.4 trillion GDP. Combinedly with BIMSTEC region. So if we cross-border movement and we open our border and trade and we utilize all the available opportunities, then definitely it will help to become India as a superpower, as Vishwaguru. Because we have immense potential in this region. Also we have Northeast.
Absolutely, yes. Please continue.
Okay, yeah. Also, if you say there is a Northeast, our state, so there is, if we open the border, cross-border with Bangladesh, with Myanmar, and up to Thailand, and reaching up to Southeast Asia, it will create immense opportunities for India, and this will definitely create a growing environment in Bay of Bengal region.
Oh, wow. That gives out a very positive message. And now I move on to our lady here, Mrs. Ritupriya Khare, और इन्होंने एक किताब लिखी है विजय विश्व तिरंगा हमारा, which has poems from people from 45 countries, Indians in 45 countries. इससे प्यारा मैसेज वसुदेव कुटुंबकम का कोई और नहीं हो सकता है. मैम, इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Raghav Chandra, for inviting me over for this beautiful session.
Please show your book also to the audience.
Surely. So this is my book. It's a coffee table book है, हिंदी गीत, कविताओं और संस्मरण पेंटिंग्स की. विश्व के 5 कॉन्टिनेंट्स और 45 से अधिक देशों के करीब 75 इसमें कलाकार हैं, साहित्यकार हैं, कवि हैं, डिप्लोमैट्स हैं, राजनयिक हैं. और भारत की आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के शुभ उपलक्ष्य में यह पुस्तक हमने और हमारे साथ कैलिफोर्निया की प्रोफेसर नीलू गुप्ता, उनकी संस्था है उत्तर प्रदेश मंडल ऑफ अमेरिका, और हमारी संस्था है त्रिवेणी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्था. तो हम दोनों ने मिलकर प्लान किया कि क्यों ना इस अमृत महोत्सव को अमृत काल की ओर ले चलें और भारतवंशी जो विश्व में अनेक स्थानों पर रह रहे हैं, जो साहित्यिक गतिविधियों में संलग्न हैं, अनेक डिप्लोमैट्स, अनेक राजनयिक, भारत से अनेक लोग, तो हम सब इस पुस्तक का निर्माण करने में एक अभूतपूर्व भूमिका निभाई है मिलकर. मैं गौरवान्वित हूँ कि इस पुस्तक का विमोचन सर्वप्रथम कैलिफोर्निया में 15 अगस्त को किया गया, वहाँ के मेयर द्वारा. और सिंस इसमें 45 देशों के लोग शामिल हैं, तो अनेक देशों में अनेक स्थानों पर इस पुस्तक का हम विमोचन कर रहे हैं. इसमें एक प्यारे प्यारे संस्मरण हैं, गीत हैं, कविताएं हैं, और सभी राष्ट्र प्रेम और महात्मा गांधी से संबंधित है. यह पुस्तक के निर्माण में मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि कोविड काल में जब मैं कोविड से ग्रसित थी, हॉस्पिटल बेड पे थी, तब ये विचार आया कि क्यों ना यह समय कुछ पॉजिटिव क्रिएट किया जाए. तो ये पुस्तक का थॉट आया, मैंने बात की प्रोफेसर नीलू गुप्ता कैलिफोर्निया से, और उन्होंने तुरंत सपोर्ट किया, और धीरे धीरे हम लोग कनेक्ट होते गए विश्व भर में. ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा था कि हाथ में तिरंगा थामे डिजिटल पटल पे हम पूरे विश्व की यात्रा कर रहे हैं। और जैसा कि इस सेशन का टॉपिक है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, तो इससे प्यारा क्या हो सकता था कि विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, जो हमारा तिरंगा है वो राष्ट्र का ईश्वर है, और इसके तले हम सब एकत्र होते चले गए और इस पुस्तक का निर्माण किया।
बहुत खूब, और आपकी किताब भी बहुत खूबसूरत है, मैंने कुछ अंश पढ़े हैं इसके। हारून हबीब जी, आपका एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है इंडिया बांग्लादेश रिलेशंस में, एंड विच इज़ वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर द सब कॉन्टिनेंट ऑल्सो। उस पर आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
Thank you. Actually, just only 1 year ago, Bangladesh and India celebrated the 50 years of diplomatic relations. Actually, that relations is not only a mere official diplomatic. What I think personally, as a foot soldier of 1971 war, that particular relations between India and Bangladesh was bonded with blood, because for our independence, Indian soldiers died. For our independence, over 10 million, estimated 10 million people who were just fled away from the former East Pakistan were just given refuge in West Bengal, Tripura, Assam and Meghalaya. For our independence, the then government under Indira Gandhi played a heroic diplomatic role all over the world, even going against America, United States and China. And interestingly, at that time, Pakistan was a friend of China, and although China and India, China and America was enemy, but they were trying to jointly, foil the Bangladesh independence. Therefore, what I see, that linguistically, ethnically, and traditionally, historically, India and Bangladesh are friends. And Mr. Tiwari was talking about BIMSTEC. What is that? It is an initiative so that we don't live individually but collectively. And India and Bangladesh's relations is a special significance because of 1971, because it is the national anthem of India, and Bangladesh national anthem is written by Rabindranath Tagore. So there are cultural links, there are historical links, among more so there is 1971. So what I have written a lot of books on India-Bangladesh relations. Particularly one book is India in Bangladesh Liberation War. It's a 3-volume book where I analyze the facts and documents of 1971 and all that.
Okay. Very true to the spirit of Vasudev Kutumbakam. तिवारी जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? नहीं तो फिर मैं आपसे पूछूं।
आप बताइए किस बारे में?
मैं आप ही के बारे में पूछूंगी, बिम्स्टेक के बारे में पूछूंगी, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि यू हैव स्टडीड लॉ, यू हैव स्टडीड बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, यू हैव स्टडीड साइंस, एंड नाउ यू आर इन इंडियन फॉरेन सर्विस. सो व्हाट मेड यू चूज इंडियन फॉरेन सर्विस?
इट इज़ दैट लाइफ जर्नी कि सबसे पहले मैंने जो पढ़ाई की तो कैंपस सिलेक्शन हो गया. तो कैंपस सिलेक्शन के बाद फिर मैं 5-6 इयर्स मैंने जॉब की और कुछ बाहर के देशों में चला गया. उसके बाद फिर यू मेंशन अबाउट दैट science, law, and so many things. So in that case, I left my job and went for UPSC preparation. So I prepared for 1 year and I got selected. And in my first attempt, I got Indian Revenue Services, IRS. So for that IRS, that is part of my training. That is you go through law and everything. That is that is our training part. And after that, next attempt, I got my dream job, that foreign service. So this is the all the life journey. So it is not in my hand. It's as situation give you, you have to accept that.
लाइफ दैट व्हाट्स यू कॉल इट. अच्छा, मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि एक कल्चरल लिंकेज है जो बिम्स्टेक और वासुदेव कुटुंबकम के थ्रू हम लोग के साथ जुड़ी हुई है विद ऑल द कंट्रीज़. तो उसको आप कैसे एक्सप्लेन करेंगे? ऑल ऑफ अस आर टुगेदर, वी आर वन फैमिली, वर्ल्ड इज़ वन बिग फैमिली. तो वो और बिम्स्टेक, मतलब हाउ आर यू ऑल रिलेटेड एंड हाउ डू यू टेक दिस फॉरवर्ड?
यू मीन कि बिम्स्टिक को कैसे ऑपरेट किया जाता है इस तरह से?
कल्चरली हम लोग तो ऑलमोस्ट सब कॉन्टिनेंट में सब कुछ जुड़ा हुआ है ना? कल्चर्स हमारे काफ़ी कॉमन है, हर चीज़ उसके हिसाब से.
जी जी. मोस्टली जैसा आपने पूछा, जो बे ऑफ बंगाल इनिशिएटिव, मल्टीलेटरल कोऑपरेशन, टेक्निकल, मोस्टली टेक्निकल एंड इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन इसके नाम में है. तो ये ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ट्रेड, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एक दूसरे के साथ कोलैबोरेशन किया जाए, ये इसका उद्देश्य है. तो मोस्टली बिम्स्टिक कैसे कार्य करता है? जैसे ये मल्टीलैटरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, इसमें कुल 7 कंट्री हैं, 7 कंट्रीज हैं. तो 7 कंट्रीज में 7 एरियाज ऑफ कोऑपरेशन हैं, 7 पिलर्स हैं, और एवरी पिलर इज़ लेड बाय ए कंट्री. 7 कंट्री हैं, 7 पिलर्स हैं. तो जैसे इंडिया इज़ द लीडर ऑफ सिक्योरिटी सेक्टर. सिक्योरिटी सेक्टर में उसमें कुछ सब ग्रुप्स हैं, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, काउंटर टेररिज्म और एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी. सेकेंड पे बांग्लादेश में ट्रेड एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड डेवलपमेंट. नाउ डेज बांग्लादेश डूइंग वेरी वेल इन ट्रेड, इन्वेस्टमेंट, ग्रोथ, एंड वी कैन सी देयर GDP एंड एवरीथिंग दैट इमेंसली दे आर डूइंग वेरी वेल. बांग्लादेश. इसके बाद भूटान इन्वायरमेंट से रिलेटेड जो इश्यू है, भूटान उसको लीड करेगा. म्यांमार में एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड जो भी मैटर है. इस श्रीलंका में जो साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इससे रिलेटेड चीज़ें वो लीड करेगा. और थाईलैंड से कनेक्टिविटी का सेक्टर्स है. एंड नेपाल टूरिज्म, पीपल टू पीपल कांटेक्ट, कल्चर, ये सब देखेगा. तो एज यू आस्क कि वी हैव सिमिलर रूट इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया. आवर कल्चरल सिमिलरिटी वी हैव, इफ वी से दैट कि अस्तोमा सदगमय, दैट यू कैन से दिस इज फ्रॉम इंडिया. या दैट इज ऑल्सो फ्रॉम इंडिया, बट इज द नेपाल राष्ट्र बैंक का मोटो है. या विद्यैव सर्वधनम, दैट ये इंडिया का नहीं है, ये श्रीलंका की किसी मोटोपुरा यूनिवर्सिटी का मोटो है. इवन आप पूरे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में या इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट्स में देखेंगे, हमारा कल्चर सेम है. इवन हम म्यांमार में, आई वॉज पोस्टेड इन म्यांमार, तो म्यांमार में आप जाएंगे, यहाँ पे जो हम पढ़ते हैं या जानते हैं और म्यांमार में क्या होता है वो पूरा डिफरेंट है. वहाँ पे बुद्ध को कैसे माना जाता है, वहाँ पे 8वीं या 10वीं शताब्दी का आपको एक बगान करके एक यूनेस्को हेरिटेज साइट है जहाँ विष्णु भगवान का मंदिर है. और वहाँ पहले कैसे क्या सिस्टम था, या कहने का ये मतलब है कि हेरिटेज या जो कल्चरल कनेक्शन है, दैट इज़ टू मच सिमिलर इन ऑल साउथ ईस्ट एशियन नेशंस, जो हमारा हिस्ट्री था. सो दिस इज द वर्किंग मैकेनिज्म ऑफ बिम्स्टेक.
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच. रितु मैम, ये बताइए कि ये बुक का आइडिया जो आपके पास आया व्हेन यू वर सफरिंग विद कोविड, तो आपने कैसे ये 45 पोएट्स फ्रॉम 45 कंट्रीज़, इनको साथ में कैसे पिरोया? आप कैसे साथ में लाती गई? व्हाट वाज द बाइंडिंग फोर्स?
बाइंडिंग फोर्स वाज देश प्रेम और तिरंगा. तिरंगा जो है, जैसे मैंने पहले भी बताया कि राष्ट्र का ईश्वर है, और इस तिरंगे के अंतर्गत हम सब जुड़ते चले गए.
दैट नीड्स अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज एवरीवन.
तो मैं आपको एक छोटा सा गीत सुनाती हूँ जो तिरंगे पे ही है, इस पुस्तक में लिखा हुआ है. हर घर तिरंगा. और आज मेरे सामने ज्योति पांडे जी बैठी हैं, जिनका भी इस पुस्तक में बहुत सुंदर कविताएं हैं. गिव हर अ ह्यूज हैंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. इनकी बहुत सुंदर कविता है. कर्नल पांडे बैठे हुए हैं और दोनों आर्मी से संबंधित हैं, और बहुत खूबसूरत आपने कविता भेजी है. आइए गीत सुनते हैं. लहर लहर लहराता है गीत खुशी के गाता है, माँ भारती हाथों में तिरंगा लहराता है, लहर लहर लहराता है, गीत खुशी के गाता है, माँ भारती हाथों में तिरंगा लहराता है। आज़ादी अमृत महोत्सव अमृत रस बरसाता है, देश के कण कण में बसता जन जन को हरसाता है। विजयी विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा लहर लहर लहराता है, भारत की गौरव गाथा विश्व को सुनाता है। राष्ट्र का ये ईश्वर है, हर जन को यह भाता है, देश प्रेम और वीरता का संदेशा दे जाता है। हर घर आज तिरंगा फहरे, घर की शान बढ़ाता है, केसरिया श्वेत हरा रंग हर मन को यह भाता है। विश्व कुटुंब बने और पनपे, देश का मान बढ़ाता है, शांति अहिंसा और प्रेम का संदेशा दे जाता है। लहर लहर लहराता है, गीत खुशी के गाता है, माँ भारती हाथों में तिरंगा लहराता है, तिरंगा लहराता है, तिरंगा लहराता है। जय हिंद।
That is
तो
so
इस
beautiful.
जर्नी में मुझे देखिए डिजिटल मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया, फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप बहुत से हेल्प मिली, और चूँकि एक डिजिटल पटल पे जर्नी थी तो मेरा कनेक्ट हुआ जेनेवा में भारत के यूनाइटेड नेशन में परमानेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं एम्बेसडर श्री इंद्रमणि पांडे जी से। उन्होंने बहुत ही खूबसूरत महात्मा गांधी पे एक आर्टिकल भेजा है इस पुस्तक पे, और उन्होंने मुझे पिछले साल इनवाइट भी किया था कि यूएन में इसका पुस्तक का विमोचन करेंगे, परंतु कोविड की वजह से हम लोग वहाँ नहीं पहुँच पाए। इसी जर्नी में मुझे यूक्रेन से एक यूक्रेनियन पोएट मिले जो हिंदी में लिखते हैं, तो ऐसा प्यारा कनेक्शन बना कि जब यूक्रेन का युद्ध शुरू हुआ था तो ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा था कि हमारे चूँकि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम एक परिवार का ही, इस बुक के परिवार का ही एक सदस्य है जो परेशान है, कुछ परेशानी में है, तो हम उनसे बराबर कनेक्टेड रहे, और आज शुक्र है कि वो सेफ़ हैं। इसी प्रकार से एक इटालियन मिले जो डेनियल करके हैं, उन्होंने भी हिंदी पे बहुत सुंदर कविताएं भेजी हैं। इस जर्नी में बहुत ही अच्छे अच्छे लोगों से मेरी भेंट हुई, और आज मैं बड़े प्राउड से कहती हूँ, मैं बहुत गौरवान्वित हूँ कि विश्व के 45 देशों में, 5 कॉन्टिनेंट्स में बहुत ही प्यारा एक कनेक्ट मिला है, बहुत सहेलियाँ, बहुत सारे लोग मिले हैं, और विश्व बंधुत्व का एक वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का बहुत सुंदर संदेश हमने इस पुस्तक से पाया। क्योंकि इस पुस्तक द्वारा हम पुरातन से नव भारत का विश्व बंधुत्व और सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, शांति एवं अहिंसा का ही संदेश दे रहे हैं।
और यही इसी संदेश की हमें ज़रूरत है इस वक्त। और before we throw the mic open for the audience, one last question to all of you. Your thoughts on the concept of one family, one planet, one future. Harun Habib ji.
In fact, some would definitely call it an utopian idea, but I personally feel if we see the life holistically in a wider way, it is world is one family, definitely one family. But because of our loss, greed, and loss of grievances, we are just falling apart. The nature just want us to be united, but human beings, for their own wrong perceptions, they are falling apart. I definitely feel today, it's the high time that people must understand the essence of unitedness, that who is big and who is small and weaker. This concept, unless we change, I think world is chaotic today, and the next coming world will be more chaotic. So this Gandhian philosophy of that collective togetherness, is the essence of joint living. Thank you.
I think together we can and we will. And राकेश जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पे?
मैं अरुण जी की बात से सहमत हूँ. I agree with him.
जी।
कि एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच जो है दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, और आज जो वर्ल्ड जिस चैलेंज का सामना करना पड़ रहा है उसके लिए इस तरह के कंसेप्ट की ही बहुत आवश्यकता है, ज़रूरत है। और इसके साथ साथ ये भारतीयता का इसमें पुट है, ये हमारे कल्चर में है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का, और ये हमारी प्राचीन संस्कृति है। और ये वर्ल्ड, ये दुनिया इस समय जिस अशांति से गुजर रही है, बहुत सारे विकास हो गए, सब कुछ हो गया, लेकिन शांति खोता जा रहा है, शांति की कमी होती जा रही है। तो यदि हम एक दूसरे के बारे में नहीं सोचेंगे और पूरे विश्व को एक जैसा मानकर नहीं चलेंगे, या दूसरे के हित को अपना हित नहीं मानकर चलेंगे, तो संभवतः वह शांति हमें नहीं मिल पाएगी। इसलिए यह अप्रोच हमारी समझ से बिल्कुल सही है, और ये आने वाले भविष्य में इसकी आवश्यकता इसी की होगी। धन्यवाद।
मतलब कि हमें इसी राह पे चलना है। ऋतु जी, आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे इस पर?
विश्व एक कुटुंब के समान है, और उसके लिए हमें, मेरी जो निजी राय है कि जो ये युद्ध की विभीषिका पूरे विश्व में बहुत ही फैली हुई है, उसको हमको समहाउ उसको कंट्रोल करना चाहिए। जो विश्व में इतने प्यारे प्यारे बच्चे हैं, जो कि मेरा विश्व में कई जगह भ्रमण हुआ, बच्चे तो सब एक जैसे ही हैं, चाहे वो अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज़ में हो, चाहे वो अमेरिका में हो। तो क्यों ना हम सबको एक प्यारा सा विश्व दें जहाँ फूल खिल रहे हों, तितलियाँ मंडरा रही हों, और युद्ध की विभीषिका ना हो। तो हमारे गांधी जी का जो एक बहुत ही प्यारा संदेश है, आइए मैं सुनाती हूँ कि चरखे पर तिरंगे स्वप्न बुने, सत्य अहिंसा का परचम फहराया, श्वेत बिंदु मोतियों से गुने, और स्वराज स्वप्न सच कर दिखाया। हर हाथ को काम मिले, कुटीर उद्योग का महत्व समझाया, खादी गांधी जुगलबंदी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत का स्वप्न जगाया। खादी की झीनी झीनी चादर ने एकता का पाठ पढ़ाया, और गांधी की विचारधारा ने सद्भावना का परचम फहराया। जीव जंतु पर दया दिखाओ, अहिंसा का सुंदर पंथ सजाया, और गांधी ने सत्याग्रह कर विश्व को गांधीवाद सिखाया, विश्व को गांधीवाद सिखाया। और महात्मा गांधी का ये संदेश सत्य और अहिंसा का ही विश्व बंधुत्व की ओर, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः की ओर विश्व को ले जाएगा। धन्यवाद।
आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नाउ आई आस्क माय एस्टीम्ड ऑडियंस, आपके कुछ सवाल हों तो प्लीज़ डू आस्क।
You can raise your hands.
Yeah, thank you everyone for the lovely session you had. I would like to ask the question to the two gentlemen here. So as you mentioned, the Bangladesh has surpassed India in per capita GDP recently, and has been doing well in manufacturing and other small scale financing. Even in urban women employment numbers, they are doing really well. Some disheartening news do come up upon treatment of religious minorities once in a while. So I just wanted to ask both of you, like what lessons can both of the nations can learn from each other's successes and mistakes or failures, if any?
मैं आपकी पूरी बात में नहीं समझा, एक बार फिर आप शुरुआत में।
I just think Bangladesh is doing well economically in other sections. Some disheartening news might come once in a while about treatment of religious minorities. So I just wanted to ask, what are the lessons the both nations can learn from each other, like for their successes, or are there any mistakes or failures mutually?
Okay. It's well known that Bangladesh is working very well on trade and economy part, and this because sometime I think this should be a better answer would be given by Mr. Harun. He's the expert of this subject actually. Could you explain that?
Actually, what happened, Bangladesh was born in 1971. Only 3.5 years later, the man who founded Bangladesh, who was killed brutally along with his family members. And so, from that particular time, Bangladesh was again reverted to the Pakistani days, philosophical. So, in our country, this problem still persists. And as I was talking about the earlier, that why the younger generation took up arms. This is the very finest army of Pakistan. Therefore, the religious is definitely yeah, but there are communal element right from the partition of British India in 1947. They are still there. There are two dominant factors dominating Bangladesh society even today. One is the 1947 spirit, the communal spirit of 1947, which created Pakistan and East and West Pakistan, and another one, the spirit of 1971, which had negated Muhammad Ali Jinnah's two nations theory and created Bangladesh. But unfortunately, even today, in the Bangladesh polity, those forces are still there, Therefore, when you said about some problems of communal disturbances there, they are being created by those forces. But we have a strong civil society. We have a strong pro-liberation, what we call in Bangladesh polity, forces who, as and when such incidences occur, we just rush and we just control and combat.
राकेश जी, हमारी ऑडियंस में अभी एक आई है स्लिप और काफ़ी बच्चे हैं जो यूपीएससी एस्पिरेंट्स हैं, तो वो आपसे कुछ गाइडेंस लेना चाहते हैं, तो उनसे आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, किसी का कोई स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन है या कोई कुछ पूछना चाह रहा है? एनीवन वांट टू आस्क एनीथिंग? अच्छा,
Hello. So first of all, greetings to you all. So I just wanted to clarify, like, how are we supposed to justify this notion that India is going to be a superpower? Like, if we look at just one aspect like manufacturing, so Indian workers in comparison to Vietnam and China are 5 to 6 times less efficient than them. So like, I don't want my people to live in this hallucination that we are going to be a superpower, because so that might, bring us down. Like, I support all the optimism, but we need to be a bit realistic about what is the real situation of our country.
yeah, thank you. Nice question. It's well known that like Vietnam, China and everything, that is the old story. But nowadays that, if you remember that कि कुछ दिन पहले हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला था ये युद्ध का समय नहीं है. So only thing is now required is there shanti. And for all these things and कोई भी आपका trade, investment, development, SDI जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं, सारी चीज़ें इससे मैटर करती हैं कि आपके पॉलिसी एंड आपका नेबरिंगहुड एंड जियो स्ट्रेटजिक सिचुएशंस. तो आपका जो क्वेश्चन था, मुझे लगता है कि हमें इस तरीके से कार्य करना होगा कि जिससे वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की हमारी भावना बनी रहे.
Okay, this is one last question.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dipanshu. My question is regarding Vasudev Kutumbakam. When we talk about Vasudev Kutumbakam, there will be people who are unlike us in terms of food preferences, or maybe clothing, fashion, or have ideological differences from us. Don't you think accepting those people will be a contradicting ideas to the right-wing political parties and nationalism's basic thoughts which they have laid in India right now?
Oh, thank you. Actually, you are asking something controversial question. If we go through nationalism and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, हो सकता है आपके हिसाब से दोनों opposite हो, but there is something political or something disputed. So I would not like to reply on that. But हमारा जो भविष्य है, future है, यही है कि हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना पर ही कार्य करें। बहुत सारी धारणाएं हो सकती हैं, बहुत सारी थिंकिंग हो सकती हैं, हम सब चीज़ों पे हम नहीं जा सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
बेटा, जैसे ये हमारा हाथ है, इसकी 5 उंगलियां बराबर नहीं होती, बट एक भी उंगली अगर वो हो तो हाथ हाथ नहीं रहता है। तो दैट इज़ व्हाट मेक्स अ हैंड, एंड हर कोई एक सा नहीं रहता है। सो 5 उंगलियां मिल के ही एक हाथ बनता है, वैसे ही हमारा देश बनेगा। आप विश्वास रखिए अपने ऊपर और अपने देश के ऊपर और अपनी देशभक्ति के ऊपर। वी विल डेफिनेटली वन डे बिकम अ सुपर पावर इफ़ वी स्टिक टुगेदर। थैंक यू।
That was a very good thought, ma'am. With this, I'd like to thank all of you for being here. Now, may I please invite on to the dais Raghav Chandra ji, the director of Bhopal Literature Festival, to please come forward and present a memento to our speakers as a token of our love, respect, and gratitude. And Mr. D.K. Mehta, the secretary of the Bhopal Literature Festival Society. This memento is the mascot of Bhopal Literature Festival 2023. It is a picture of a highly endangered bird called lesser flourishin, captured by Padma Shri Balu Mondeji. This is not the end of the day, because to conclude with, we have a special cultural dance performance for you by the students of NID. So please do not leave.
Ask them to come. Yeah.
Now it's time for a cultural performance by the students of NID. It's a short presentation of just 15 minutes, so please be seated.
NID. So he wants to address the audience. So over to you, Johan.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you've had a good time at BLF. I am Johan D'Souza from the National Institute of Design, Madhya Pradesh, and I'm here to introduce the team NID that has worked on the visual identity of BLF. The students of NID MP have really enjoyed working with BLF, and as a special gift to the team, to BLF, we have a few cultural performances from our end. So firstly, we have Sonakshi Singh, who practices whacking, a dance form from the 70s. So please welcome Sonakshi Singh to the stage as she performs on Fir Se Ud Chala.
Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause.
छोड़ा है जहान नीचे मैं तुम्हारे अब हूँ हवाले अब दूर दूर लोग बाग मीलों दूर ये वादियाँ धुआं धुआं तन हर बदली चली आती है छूने पर कोई बदली कभी कहीं कर दे तन गीला ये भी ना हो किसी मंजर पर मैं रुका नहीं कभी खुद से भी मैं मिला नहीं ये गिला तो है मैं खफा नहीं शहर एक से गांव एक से लोग एक से नाम एक फिर से चला पिट्टी जैसे सपने ये किताबी पलकों से झाड़ो फिर आ जाते हैं इतने सारे सपने क्या कहूँ किस तरह से मैंने तोड़े हैं छोड़े तेरे साथ चले मुझे लेके उड़े क्यों कभी बात बात मेरे साथ साथ फिर दर्द ये कभी सहरा कभी सावन बनू रावण जीव मर मर के कभी डाल डाल कभी बात बात कभी दिन है रात कभी दिन दिन है क्या सच है क्या माया है दाता इधर उधर तितर बितर क्या है पता हवा ले ही जाए तेरी ओर खींचे तेरी यादें तेरी
That was a beautiful performance.
So now I welcome you all to see another performance by Medha Kulkarni, another one of the gems of NID MP, as she sings two Carnatic songs, Ratnagarbha Ganapatim, an invocation song, and Brochevare Varura.
रत्नगर्भगणपतिं समाश्रयामि सन्ततं प्रत्नवचन गीयमान निजचरित्रवैभवं भिन्नदन्तमखिलदेव सन्नुतं दयान्वितं पन्नगोपवीतमापन्नपालनादरं कुवलयेशेखरं प्रणवमयस्वरूपिणं शिवसुतं निभवदनम् अखिलभुवनमङ्गलप्रदम् कश्यपादि मौनिहृदय कमलकुहर मधुकरं हृष्यशृङ्गपुरयतीन्द्रवश्यमीष्टदायकं ಬ್ರೋಚೇವಾರೆ ವರುರಾ ನಿನ್ನು ವಿನಾ ರಘುವರ ನನ್ನು ಬ್ರೋಚೇವಾರೆ ವರುರಾ ನಿನ್ನು ವಿನಾ ರಘುವರ ನನ್ನು ಬ್ರೋಚೇವಾರೆ ವರುರಾ ನಿನ್ನು ವಿನಾ ರಘುವರ ನನ್ನು ಬ್ರೋಚೇವಾರೆ ವರುರಾ ನಿನ್ನು ವಿನಾ ರಘುವರ ನೀ ಚರಣಾಂಬುಜಮುನುನೆ ವಿಡಜಾಲ ಕರುಣಾಲವಾಲ ಬ್ರೋಚೇವಾರೆ ವರುರಾ सीतापते नापै नीकभिमानमुलेदा सीतापते नापै नीकभिमानमुलेदा वातात्मजार्चितपादा నామొరలను వినరాదా ఆతురముగ కరిరాజుని బ్రోచిన వాసుదేవుడే నీవు గదా ఆతురముగ కరిరాజుని బ్రోచిన వాసుదేవుడే నీవు గదా ఆతురముగ కరిరాజుని బ్రోచిన వాసుదేవుడే నీవు గదా నా పాతకమెల్ల పోగోటి గటిగనా చెయ్యి పటి విడవక సానిద పదని సని నిదద పమ పాదమా గా प म नि द प म ग म प द म ग रे सा स म ग म प द म प द नि सा सा रे नि नि सा द द द नि प द म प द नि सा नि द प म ग म नि द नि प द म प द नि सा म ग रे सा रे सा नि द प सा नि द प म ग म प द नि सा सा नि द प द नि सा नि द द प म प द म ग म प द नि सा नि द प म नि द प म ग म प द म ग रि सा स म ग म प द म प द नि सा सा रे नि सा द द द नि प द म प द नि सा नि द प म ग म नि द नि प द म प द नि सा म ग रि सा रे सा नि द प सा नि द प म ग म प द नि ब्रोचे हा रे वरुरा
Now we have Gagan Holkar and Akanksha Kochrekar, who will be performing a beautiful semi-classical performance on Breathless. Their concept revolves around the inner conflict that lies within oneself, what one must do and what one mustn't do. So please welcome them and give them a big round of applause.
और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें। अब जो मेरे दिन और अब जो मेरी रातें हैं, उनमें सिर्फ आंसू हैं, उनमें सिर्फ दर्द की रंज की बातें हैं और फरियादें हैं। मेरा अब कोई नहीं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं। डूब गया है दिल गम के अंधेरे में, मेरी सारी दुनिया है दर्द के घेरे में। मेरे सारे गीत ढले आहों में, बन के दीवाना अब यहाँ वहाँ फिरता हूँ, ठोकर खाता हूँ उन राहों में। जहाँ उसे देखा था, जहाँ उसे चाहा था, जहाँ मैं हंसा था और बाद में रोया था, जहाँ उसे पाया था पाके खोया था, जहाँ कभी फूलों के कलियों के साए थे, रंगी रंगी महके रुत ने हर एक कदम पर रास रचाए थे। गुलशन गुलशन दिन में उजाले थे, जगमग जगमग नूर तरह तुम झिलमिल झिलमिल चमका सितारा जैसे कोई गगन में, गूंजी जगह कोई मन आंगन में। किसी ने पुकारा मुझे मुड़ के, जो देखा मैंने मिल गया खोया हुआ दिल का सहारा मुझे, जिसे मैंने चाहा था, जिसे मैंने पूछा था, लौट के आया है। थोड़ा शर्मिंदा है, थोड़ा घबराया है, जुल्फ परेशान है, कांपते होंठ और भीगी हुई आंखें, देख रहा है मुझे गुमसुम उसकी नजर जैसे पूछ रही है, इतना पता तो कहीं खफा तो नहीं तू प्यार जो देखा फिर मेरी निगाहों में। अब नहीं चलता वो मेरी इन बाहों में, भूल गया मेरा दिल जैसे हर गम बदल गया, जैसे दुनिया का मौसम झूम नजारे और झूमी फिजाएं और झूमे चमन और झूमी हवाएं, जैसे फिर बहने लगी सारी दिशाएं। कितनी हसीन है कितनी जुबानी, हम दोनों की प्रेम कहानी, हम दोनों की प्रेम कहानी, हम दोनों की प्रेम
For the final performance for tonight, we bring to you Forum Prajapati, a professional Bharatnatyam dancer, and Janvi Patel, a professional Kathak dancer, as they perform a fusion of the two beautiful dance forms. So please give them a big round of applause for the final performance.
मेरे ढोल ना सुन
ధని సగమా మగ సని ధని సగ మగ సని ధని సగమ సని ద మగ మదని సని ద మగ మదని సా ని ధని స ధని స ధని స ధని స మదని 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 ధని స ధని స ధని స మదని 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 స మదని స మదని స మదని స సని దమ సని దమ సని దమ సని దమ మమ గగ స సని ని స సని ని దద ని ని స సని ని దద మమ గగ స సని ని దద ని స స స ని ద స స స ని ద స స స మేరీ ఢోలే నాసు మేరీ ప్यारी की धूम मेरी ढोले
Such a graceful performance by all of you. This brings us to the end of day 2.
This was an absolutely scintillating, absolutely memorable performance by the students of National Institute of Design, Bhopal. It is particularly close to our heart because the students of NID have devoted the past 2 or 3 weeks to finalizing the various designs and giving their ideas for the Bhopal Literature Festival. And we have used their services. They are our design partners as an institute, but I did not know that their talent runs beyond traditional design to the performing arts as well. And when yesterday they made a passing mention that they have a lot of talent in-house, I had absolutely no idea that they were really so talented. Tremendous, outstanding performance, and now I know why it is said that design, art is at the basis, at the root of all creativity, development, science, invention, the world, consciousness, everything. You have to have an idea, and certainly you people have great ideas. Well done. So we have with us Brigadier Sanjay Agarwal, who's our colleague from the Society for Culture and Environment, and he has a surprise gift for you, and he'll tell you what that surprise gift is himself. Sanjay, I'd like you to come here and offer them this, present them this surprise gift. No, that of course. Yeah, so just tell them what it is.
NID guys, you rock. And exactly what... Acha, okay, Mike. So exactly what Raghav sir said. Yesterday even I had no idea. And look at the दाने दाने पे लिखा है खाने वाले का हाथ. I am holding in my hand my favorite dessert, trifle pudding, and a whole huge lot given to me today, and the ladies here know it. There she is, one Anuja Srivastav, and Amna is not here. I said, my classmate has got this made, my classmate from 30 years ago, 40 years ago. You loved trifle pudding, I've got it made for you. I think more than me, you all guys deserve it. So please, I'll be happy to it. Please come. All of you. Absolutely.
That's such a beautiful gesture, sir. Thank you everyone for being here today. That was all about the day 2 of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2023. We'll be resuming tomorrow with the session from 10 a.m. onwards. Hope to see you all tomorrow as well. The sessions for tomorrow are as follows. We'll begin with a Bhopal Heritage Walk, so you guys can join us. Then we will be having winning strategies for coming to par. Next session is Essence of the Ramayana, Mahabharata, Upanishads and Purana. Backstage glimpses of high strategy and power. Cheetahs, the last and the latest. China, the threat of war. Dastane Jagjit. The Great Tech Game. Society 5.0. Tribals and the War of Independence. Valedictory function. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Bye. Take care.